Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Wheat Ridge City Council for April the 8th, 2019. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You're here.
Would the clerk please call the roll?
Zachary Urban.
Present.
Janice Hoppy.
Present.
George Pond.
Present.
Amanda Weaver.
Here.
Christy Davis.
Here.
Larry Matthews.
Here.
Leah Dozeman.
Here.
Who am I forgetting?
Here.
David Keeter. I'm sorry. It's an old template. I'm sorry. Mr. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We have a quorum and we have some proclamations and celebrations, so let us go to the podium. Our first one is really, I'm really happy to be here, is for the Wheat Ridge High School 2019 4A Boys Jeffco League Basketball Champions. So if Coach Vince Dowd would join me. Coach, we have a little certificate here, but you know, the real congratulations goes not to you and your assistant coaches, Sean Mulligan and R.J. Tion, but also to your players for really putting their heart in the game and bringing home the bacon, because we're farmers. So listen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. You want to say something to our fans out there?
Well, I'll tell you, I've been at Wheat Ridge for 23 years, and we had a season this year. We were 19-4, and if you came to the playoff games, it was like the old days at Wheat Ridge. I mean, it was packed and people are back in there. And I think there's kind of a misnomer about our school, what's going on in it, and stop by sometime, because I'm telling you, we've got some fantastic kids right now and a great faculty and staff that are just doing things with their hands tied behind their back. We're at a kind of a competitive disadvantage when it comes to facilities based upon some of the other schools in the district, but what we get from our kids and our staff is remarkable. And the team I had this year was one of my favorite teams, and hardworking kids that put in a lot of time and effort, and look forward for a couple more years of league championships. So if you get a chance next year, come up to the barn and see a game. We'd love to have you. And City Council and Mayor, thank you for having us tonight. We really appreciate it. Go Farmers.
Thanks so much, Coach. Appreciate it. Take care. Okay. Is Joni Nelson here? Joni, come up, please. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Joni is works with Victims Outreach. And I'm pleased to provide a proclamation to designate the week of April 7th through 13, 2019 as National Crime Victims' Rights Week. Whereas Americans are the victims of more than 20 million crimes each year, affecting individuals and communities, and whereas years of investment in crime victims' rights and services have developed a system of victim response that can help victims recover from crime, and whereas reaching and serving all victims of crime is essential to supporting thriving communities, because those who receive holistic services and support are more likely to remain invested in their communities. And whereas dedicated victim service providers are working every day to meet the needs of crime victims, yet there are still too many victims without meaningful access to rights and services. And whereas many victims face barriers such as isolation, distrust of authority, language limitations, lack of transportation, or cultural barriers that keep them from accessing the services and criminal justice systems that can help them to recover from crime. And whereas we must make a dedicated effort to expand the circle of those prepared to respond to victims and link them to resources that can help them recover. And whereas engaging a broader array of health providers, community leaders, faith organizations, educators, and businesses can provide new links between victims and services and improve their safety, healing, and access to justice. And whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to recommit to ensuring that all victims of crime, especially those who are challenged to reach or serve, are afforded their rights and receive a trauma-informed response. And whereas the City of Wheat Ridge, in conjunction with Victims Outreach, Inc., is hereby dedicated to strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, building resilience in our communities and our victim responders, and working for justice for all victims and survivors. Now, therefore, I, Bud Starker, Mayor of the City of Wheat Ridge, in recognition of this event, do hereby proclaim the week of April 7 through 13, 2019, as Crime Victim Rights Week, and affirm this city's commitment to creating a victim service and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime, and to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so that they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. In witness thereof, on this 8th day of April 2019, Bud Starker, Mayor. Thank you very much. Would you like to say a word?
Just to give you an idea of what VOI has done, for the City of Wheat Ridge, we have last year had a total of 237 call-outs where we went out to assist a victim. Staff took 137 of those, which means it happened during the daytime hours, and the volunteers did 100 of those. Total volunteer hours in 2018 for VOI was 15,980. The number of people that we serviced in Wheat Ridge, the citizens of Wheat Ridge that were hurt by crime or traumatic events, last year was 1,371. So thank you on behalf of VOI and those that we serve. Thank you for this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I've got another one here. Is Chief Brennan with us tonight? Mr. Pickett, please come forward on his behalf. I am, thank you for being here. So I'm pleased to make this proclamation of 2019 National Telecommunicators Week to recognize National Public Safety Telecommunications Week 2019 and to honor the service of the 118 men and women who respond to emergency calls, dispatch emergency professionals and equipment, and render life-saving assistance to the citizens of Wheat Ridge. Whereas emergencies can occur at any time that require police, fire, or emergency medical services, and whereas when an emergency occurs, the prompt response of police officers, firefighters, and paramedics is critical to the protection of life and preservation of property. And whereas the safety of our police officers and firefighters is dependent upon the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who telephone the City of Wheat Ridge Emergency Communications Center. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are the first and most critical contact our citizens have with emergency services. And whereas public safety telecommunicators are the single vital link to our police officers and firefighters by monitoring their activities by radio, providing them information, and ensuring their safety. And whereas public safety telecommunicators of JEFCOM 911 have contributed substantially to the apprehension of criminals, suppression of fires, and treatment of patients. And whereas each dispatcher has exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their job in the past year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Bud Starker, Mayor of the City of Wheat Ridge, and the Wheat Ridge City Council formally declare April 14 through 20, 2019 as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Wheat Ridge, Colorado, and in honor of the men and women whose diligence and professionalism keep our city and citizens safe. Done and resolved this 8th day of April 2019, Bud Starker, Mayor. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Since January of 2018, the telecommunications services for the citizens of City of Wheat Ridge have been handled by Jeffcom 911. This was a big change for us from an in-house dispatching system, but we have been extremely pleased with the results that we've gotten from our regionalization. And I would like to introduce Jeffcom Director Jeff Streeter to say a couple of words.
Mayor, Council, good evening. On behalf of the professional telecommunicators at Jeffcom 911, I'm honored to receive this proclamation. A little bit about Jeffcom 911. This is a consolidation of 8 primary answering points, both law and fire. All of Jefferson County emergency communications ring through Jeffcom 911 for police service, fire, and EMS. Currently, our staffing, we've got approximately 130 telecommunicators, 18 supervisors, made up with the rest being telecommunicators. With me tonight is my Deputy Director, Michael Brewer, and Telecommunications Supervisor, Chris Garamoni, who was previously a supervisor here at Wheat Ridge prior to the regionalization. Jeffcom is very pleased to have survived our first inaugural year as of last Thursday. We went live April 4th of 2018, and last Thursday culminated that with a celebration of 1 year of operations. In that year, we answered 580,000 non-emergency calls, a little over 250,000 911 emergency calls in Jefferson County alone. We are a very large telecommunications center made up of outstanding professionals who are recognized with a week of celebratory events because of the service that they provide to the communities and to our first responders. So I'm very honored on behalf of all of them to receive this proclamation tonight, and would like to thank all of you for your interest in this week of celebration. So thank you.
We have one more surprise that wasn't on your agenda. We have been awarded a award for infill development from the Urban Land Institute, the Impact Award for the Fruitdale Lofts project. And this was a joint project of a number of parties, but including the Wheat Ridge Housing Authority, and Mr. DeTulio and Mr. Joe DeMott were part of that effort. And I think we have a little video presentation.
I do, thank you, Mayor. And we do have a couple, I think Tom Abbott and Janice Thompson. You can come up if you'd like. And then Ken Johnstone and Lauren Mikulak, our staff who spent the most time and hours on this project. But we were very excited. Mr. Urban and Ken Johnstone and I attended the ULI Impact Awards last Thursday evening, and it's kind of like their Academy Awards. It's pretty exciting. They actually opened the envelope, and we were surprised. We were up against 2 other projects, one in Louisville and one in Denver, and those 2 projects were very flashy and probably spent a lot of money on it, but our project had a great story. So I want to play the video. If the videographer will turn down the lights so the audience can see it, and we'll get started. It's a very short 2 to 3 minute video.
I, as a young architect of about 25, had a chance to meet Temple Buell as an old architect of about 90, a few years before he passed. And I was working on one of his projects downtown, and as soon as I heard it was a Temple Buell building at Fruitdale, we had to be involved.
Eventually in 2011, somewhat kicking and screaming, the Housing Authority actually ended up buying the property for the cost of what it would have cost the school district for demolition.
Well, for a project of about $6 million, we probably burned more legal hours than projects of $60 million with all the subordination agreements and all the various financing agreements between the different financial partners.
It needed to be rezoned. The shape of the property was awkward. We ended up actually doing a land swap with the school district to make it a more logical shape further down the road.
The city and the Wheat Ridge Housing Authority contributed over $3 million in loans to make this project work, and it takes a while to get a council to get comfortable with that. So I was really proud that we were able to convince them, and they understood the significance of restoring this building and keeping it in the community.
But the community, I think, was very supportive of the project. It's a great historic asset in a neighborhood that was, needing additional investment, and just a lot of history associated with that school.
Worked with the Albo Group very closely to design and really refine all the apartment layouts to fit in within the existing classrooms, the original kitchen, the original gymnasium and cafeteria.
It was just a really feel-good project, and we got to put a deal together that was, protected the city long-term for the investments that they were putting in. So it was challenging to figure out the numbers, but in the end it worked, so it was great.
I am very happy and proud of it being a 100% solar-powered historic landmark, and that folks get to live there and they enjoy living there, and it's a very affordable, fun place to live.
The fact that people see a development like the Fruitdale School and being successful in the market, right? It's fully leased up, it leased up relatively quickly, particularly for the time of year that it hit the market.
The one thing that sticks in my mind is the people. Not just the people that went to school here, of which there are thousands, but all of the people that supported us. Claudia Worth, the director of the Wheat Ridge Historical Society, and they all showed up for our grand opening. Kind of chokes me up, actually, because here.
Not the best part. Oh no. Shoot.
For the investments that they were putting in, so.
There, and they enjoy living there, and it's a very affordable, fun place to live.
The fact that people see a development like the Fruitdale School and being successful in the market, right? It's fully leased up, it leased up relatively quickly, particularly for the time of year that it hit the market.
The one thing that sticks in my mind is the people. Not just the people that went to school here, of which there are thousands, but all of the people that supported us. Claudia Worth, the director of the Wheat Ridge Historical Society, and they all showed up for our grand opening. Kind of chokes me up, actually, because here.
Did it again. Well, there's only a couple seconds left, so but Janice Thompson would like to say a few words too.
This would never, ever have happened without the dedication of our staff over here, Lauren and Ken, and all the work that they did, and the previous council and mayor. They took such a huge leap of faith, and you don't realize what that means. So, and then to have Jim Hartman just come into the city of Wheat Ridge, a wonderful man, he and his wife Susan put together this plan to save the school, and it was just a really, really exciting thing to see that this little school beat out these great big projects that were being done, and so it's sitting over there. So anyway, thank you to the council and the city and everyone that worked so hard on this, and the Housing Authority members, past and present, that worked on this as well.
Thank you. Okay, our next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. Councilors, you have before you the council minutes for January 28th, 2019, and study session notes of February 4, 2019, and special study session notes of January 28th, 2019, and February 25, 2019. Are there any corrections or changes to be noted to the minutes? Seeing none, the minutes will stand as presented. Approval of the agenda. Are there any modifications that anyone wishes to make on the agenda? We will go with the agenda as presented. We are now at our citizens' right to speak. Citizens who wish to may speak on any matter not on the agenda for a maximum of 3 minutes. There are a number of items, public hearing items that have been concluded, and there is not an opportunity for citizens to speak on those. You may speak on a citizen's right to speak on any item that is not on the agenda. So please confine your remarks to items that are not on the agenda. Our first speaker is Rachel Hulteen and Kathleen Martell on deck. And when you come to the podium, if you would please adjust the microphone so that you may speak comfortably into it. Give us your first name and last name, and if you would please spell your last name, and give us your address, and then you've got 3 minutes, and the lights will go on. Let's see, I got a note on the lights. When the green light will flash when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining. The yellow light comes on when you have 15 seconds remaining. So please conclude your comments. And when the red light comes on, time's up. So, Ms. Hulteen.
Good evening, Council. My name is Rachel Hulteen, Hultin, and I reside at 4690 Balsam Street. I actually do have a comment on the consent agenda, and there was no sign-up sheet. Is it okay if I make a comment here for that?
Yes, we usually don't take comments on agenda items, but go ahead.
Okay. So on the consent agenda, one of the items that you're considering is approving a contract for the 38th and Kipling intersection. And I just want to call attention to one of the recommendations to consider is keeping the sidewalk within the right-of-way. And I'm not sure which portion, but I just want to remind council and the mayor that you guys have over the years made significant investments in making that a safe corridor for people to walk and roll in their wheelchairs. We've got a park, the rec center, a school, and a great destination on 4 corners. So I just encourage you guys not to compromise your pedestrian access in that process. And then my second comment is I'm going to make a comment about the agenda as a whole tonight. It's a huge agenda. It was a huge packet. And what I see tonight is that there's significant interest in investing in our community. And these are complicated projects that are at the end of a series of many, many decisions that have been made in small conferences, in public forums. And I respect, anyone who comes to our city to see a vision of what it can be. And I am really struck in the last couple of years on how those visions and those investments have really invested in our city. Most of the sidewalks that have been built in Wheat Ridge in the last couple of years are from public-private partnerships. They're from people coming in and building new things in our city and creating better things for everyone. We've been seeing more investments in our parks from in lieu of fees, which are creating more opportunities for all of us. So I'm really excited that people see in Wheat Ridge what I see in Wheat Ridge, which is a great place to live and to grow. And there's always another opportunity around the corner. And I'm really excited to see what those are. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathleen Martell and Kim Calamino on deck.
Thank you. My name is Kathleen Martell, Martell. I live at 6455 West 31st Avenue. So first I wanted to say thank you to City Council. I'm a co-chair of the current Neighborhood Revitalization Strategy Committee, and I wanted to thank you all for doing the NRS this year, and I wanted to reiterate, as part of this committee, I've spent a little bit more time with City Council than I have in the past, and I've also had an opportunity to attend and participate in a planning commission meeting. And well, I've been involved in Wheat Ridge. I've jumped in a little deeper, and I've really appreciated the thoughtfulness and the opportunities that this process is giving us. And I'm excited for the final product and that to be presented to City Council. And kind of repeating what Rachel said, I do see a lot of opportunity right now. I think we're at a point where things are changing. It's a big year for Wheat Ridge, turning 50, and I see so much opportunity in front of us, opportunity for the people here in Wheat Ridge to really own and move forward with our city and opportunity for people to come. And I think it's exciting that people want to come here. So I just want to thank you for that and say I look forward to all the opportunities that are in front of us.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kim Calamino and Judy Capra on deck.
Good evening, Kim Calamino, 4070 Dover Street. Good evening, and thank you, Mary Starker and council members. It's been a while since I've been before you. This is going to sound totally geeky, but a number of years ago, I set up a Google alert for anything that shows up on the internet with the name Wheat Ridge in it, and for a long time, nothing. But increasingly, there are so many things that pop up, from accolades to local businesses, recommendations for a local restaurant, news about a new business locating here, great work by our police department, yes, the Fruitdale Lofts, all kinds of things. And it's exciting, and I share those on Facebook, but I don't know that you guys see those. So I just want to say, there is so much happening here. It's so exciting. It's out there on the internet. We're on the map. So thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you to staff for the great work you're doing, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy Capra and Tanya Cardwell on deck.
I'm Judy Capra, that's C-A-P-R-A, at 4290 Teller. And I wanted to address the issue of notification and communication with residents. And that was kind of spurred on when I saw the results of the NRS survey, the preliminary results that they shared. There were 5 points in there that I really wanted to point out. One is they said people didn't like some of the changes that they've been seeing. I agree. They also said that people are more interested in preserving and reusing existing housing than in building new housing. I agree. They also said that people want to be engaged and involved in planning at the neighborhood level. Absolutely. Some policy issues are best addressed at the neighborhood level. Very similar, but I think that's important to say it's best addressed there. And finally, residents are not content to let the city council and city staff make decisions that are going to affect their neighborhoods. I think that's a concern with all of us. An example of that I've recently had a chance to talk to neighbors about is that apartment house at 38th and Upham. The 164 apartment units, we really didn't know that it was going to happen until it was happening. Now, I'm sure that there were opportunities we could have found out about it, but I think when it's something that's going to have such a huge impact, I would appreciate a little more notification. So homeowners or property owners within 100 feet would have been notified. I'm sure the 600 feet ones too, but that's really going to have a drastic impact on our neighborhood. And based on this survey, I'm thinking that all of us would like a better way to communicate. I read the news, the Gazette, and the Connection, not always in a timely manner, but that may be a lesson. And I think that one of the fears is, okay, does it even do any good to come in and talk, especially when it's almost sounds like a done deal when projects are far along when we hear it. So if we could hear immediately when something comes on board, we would really appreciate that. So yes, that was a wonderful idea that came out of the survey. I don't remember seeing that addressed in previous surveys, so I was pleased to see that people liked the idea of being notified. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tanya Cardwell and John Clark on deck.
Hi there, Tanya Cardwell. Last name is spelled C-A-R-D as in dog, W-E-L-L. My address is 1835 South Vallejo Street, Denver, Colorado, 80223. I am hoping to be a future resident of Wheat Ridge, which is actually why I'm here right now. I have a little bit of a crush on Wheat Ridge, and I'm actually one of these business members who's hoping to relocate my business to Wheat Ridge. I own a dog training company in Denver called Pavlov Dog Training, And Pavlov Dog Training is having, coming across zoning hurdles, which doesn't sound just isolated to my company, but all dog training companies. So to put forth what I wanted to talk to you guys about at our next meeting in more detail is rezoning commercial zoning so that C1 and C2 commercial zones will allow dog companies to have a enclosed off-leash space for dogs. At the present moment, zoning is written so that enclosed outdoor spaces for dogs are permitted in industrial zones and agriculture zones with a special use permit. I'm hoping that we can edit that zoning in commercial so that either it allows off-leash enclosed dog spaces or that potentially we could apply for a special use permit. That is all, and I plan to be here again April 15th. Thank you for Christy for the invite tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Clark, and Amber Ehrman is on deck.
Hi, my name is John Clark, 4665 Swadley in District 4. Coach Dowd was telling me he was kind of surprised that all these people showed up to see him, and I had to tell him I think they were here to see me, not him. But so just wanted to talk about District 4 for a couple minutes, because at last week's study session, there wasn't this many people there, but we talked about RTD's promise or goal to stop waking me up every night with the train horn to let me know that they're crossing the street a half a mile away from my bed. And I'll believe that when I see it, or when I don't hear it, I guess. So we also talked about spending $1.2 million of the 2E funds on a public-private partnership with the developer of the Trax project, which will bring 220 to 280 market rate residential units to District 4 at 52nd Tabor. So I'm going to hand these packets out. And I'm no realtor, but I thought I would check around my area, because I live in District 4, pretty far west, see what else is out there to lure one of you guys, or maybe your friends or family, to come check out District 4 and see if anybody wants to be my neighbor. No pressure. So the packet I passed around has a few listings in my area pulled from Zillow a couple days ago, and I will briefly show you how you could be my neighbor. If you want to follow along, the first page is an aerial photo of the area off of Zillow. My house sits just north of 46 on Swadley, but does not show on that map. The second photo, or the second page, is a nice little half of a duplex for sale. Has a garage, large side yard on the east side. It's for sale. I don't know the price. You'll have to call them. The third page, very nice little horse property, sits on a corner lot and has a huge garage. So if you wanted a horse property, you could be my neighbor and have a horse. The last page doesn't have a picture yet, since it's actually still under construction, but Zillow says coming soon is 44 modern, 44 or 20. So I'm not really sure. But anyway, the PRD zoning says that you can have, I think, 21 per acre, and it's 2 acres, so you do the math. And then the last one doesn't have a picture either on the listing from Zillow, since it never actually hit the market. But the single-family home on the lower left of the picture was sold or contracted to be sold on January 19th of 2019. So y'all missed out on that one. So sorry, if you wanted to be my neighbor, you got to act fast. So that's what's happening on the west side of District 4. Hope you can all get out there and check it out. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amber Ehrman and Miley Gundberg on deck.
Hi, my name is Amber Ehrman. My last name is spelled Ehrmann, and I live on 3700 Independence Street in Wheat Ridge. So I'm here tonight as a Wheat Ridge citizen, just involved in the community, and I'd like to take this time to express my appreciation of our parkland in Wheat Ridge. So as a former graduate of Wheat Ridge High School, I have a great amount of enthusiasm for farmer spirit. As we continue to welcome more people into our small community, I've come to recognize more and more that the open space and the parks that we have are very essential to our history and our character of our city. I love Wheat Ridge for its friendly faces, small businesses that we've been welcoming in, and just the peaceful energy that we have here. And I'd love to see and be involved in the continuous growth on that. I saw the other day the community garden section opening up, so I'm very excited about that. And yeah, I would just love to see more growth on that in the parks and the open space for wildlife and our people here. So, thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Riley Gundberg and Katie Zabek on deck.
Hello, I'm Riley Sundberg, S-U-N-D-B-E-R-G, despite my bad spelling there, or unreadable. I'm from 1390 Everett Cart, Unit 220. I'm actually in Lakewood, but I grew up here in Wheat Ridge, and I've just always, considered this home, even though I've been living here, for, in Lakewood a couple of years now, 3 or 4. But, the Wheat Ridge Green Belt, Clear Creek, that was my backyard. And I've really come to appreciate just like how we're able to integrate, our naturescapes with our urban. And I think that's just a huge, important factor to a lot of the people who are coming here and staying here, is that we're at the base of the foothills and we have that deep connection with the nature. Sorry, I was a little unprepared. I just found out about this not too long ago, and I just wanted to put my input about how we can work together with like our developers and our regulations to help make sure our new developments help cultivate this culture that we have here. Being a farmer, I just really appreciate seeing the growth we have going here, and helping to have that space where there's us and nature, the pollinators. And with climate change and more bomb cycles, that our infrastructure is able and adequate and mindfully created so that it can handle these new challenges that we're going to be facing. So I'd just like, to see that in our future developments, the considerations to that, and to, lighting, so we're not over-lighting our, great parks we've created. If we blind the people driving by or have billboards that just blind you as you drive by, we don't want to get into that competition of, who's got the brighter sign and the taller building, because we're the farming grassroots community. And that's the charm that we have here, I believe, is just that farming roots. I believe across from Prospect, I've heard rumors of the the food forest, the permaculture. A couple of years ago I heard of this, but it's just, I'd like to see a lot more of that growth of us and the farmers, and see if we can't get a little more of our roots connected in here. And I think I've rambled all that I meant to say. On the lighting aspect, there's a great resource, the Dark Sky Society, that helps, with like regulations of, not having excess lights and just putting lighting where you need. And yeah, thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to seeing what happens with this great city.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Katie Zabek and Joseph DeMott on deck.
Hi, I'm Katie Zabak. My last name is spelled Z-A-B-A-C-K, and this is Sally. She is a people person, so she might say hi to everybody as I'm speaking. I live at 3030 Chase Street, and I moved to Wheat Ridge with my family about 4 years ago. when my daughter was 1. And really, we were seeking out a community where we could have a nice balance of being able to not spend our entire lives in the car commuting to and from work through communities like Wheat Ridge, but rather be able to live in a community and invest in the community and attend events like and get involved in our community. We spend a lot of time walking and biking. I'm lucky to get to bike or bus every day to work. And it was an affordable community for us to move into. And I think what we liked even more about it was that it's a multi-generational community, and you can see that in the room today, and it's such a neat feature of Wheat Ridge. But we're lucky. Many families like ours can no longer afford to live in Denver in the kind of in a community like Wheat Ridge. We all know that as the Colorado economy grows, the number of people who are moving here is also increasing, and housing costs continue to increase at a much higher rate than the wages do in the Denver metro area. And so the policies that you all make in the city council and that the city supports are so important to helping to ensure that communities like ours, or that families like ours, can continue to be part of a community like Wheat Ridge. I'm excited to see today's agenda and to see that you all are considering some really important projects that will help bring additional housing units to the city. And we all know that if you increase, as supply increases, the only way to reduce prices or to keep prices down, as demand increases, the only way to keep prices down is to bring in supply. And so the more that we can look at smart, well-planned units of housing to bring into our community, the better. And obviously, we would need to make sure that those that any development really honors our community and goes through a good planning process. We know that we have really strong people on our planning board who spend a lot of time looking at these projects, and so I think it's really, we need to honor the work that they do as well. And I know that this body is also thinking about how we deal with rentals in this community, and I think that that's another additional really important conversation that you all will be having. So I just urge you to consider families like ours, because we know that we want more families to join our kids' school.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joseph DeMott and Jan Kissel on deck.
Hi all, my name is Joe DeMott, 5387 Newcomb Street. I am here tonight representing the Wheat Ridge Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to discuss, because it's election year, the candidate forum. I'm glad everybody's here because I'm going to ask you guys for money a little bit tonight. Several years ago, the Chamber of Commerce partnered with the Wheat Ridge United Neighbors to host a long tradition of the Wheat Ridge Candidate Forum. Though 2 years ago, council thought it best to allow another group to host it, it sort of fell to the wayside last year and nobody held a candidate forum. We would like to announce again that the Wheat Ridge Chamber of Commerce is planning a forum for this year's election. So candidates, get ready. We're going to have public comment, public questions, as we have in the past, and we'll keep everybody posted on how we do it and where. I am here to ask the where question. We would like to request usage of council chambers for a night to be determined in late September, early October. And we would love to work with staff in figuring out the best time and date for that. And as in the past, for it to be televised through City's Channel 8, with your help and support, of course. We are willing to work with someone in city staff to coordinate the date and time. And that's all I have. Thank you for your time. We hope to be working with you this year.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Jan Kissel.
I'm Jan Kissel. My last name's spelled Kissell, and I live at 4115 Upham Street, just down the block from where the four houses or whatever is going to be tore down and put up 38 units. I don't know if Wheat Ridge doesn't realize it, but apartment houses don't bring in revenue. These people may go over to Safeway and shop, but they're not. They're going to go down to Lakeside to Walmart or up to Target up the street and everything. I've been here for 44 years in Wheat Ridge and everything. We keep bringing, and I'm a senior. Trust me, I'm 73, going on 74 real fast here and everything. We keep bringing in seniors people. We're going to do away with our children. And what happens when we don't have our children? Our school, Stevenson, is going to be shut down just like Martinson did. So the people who are coming in don't have children. It's like me, I have great-grandkids, you know, and I shop what I can here in Wheat Ridge. But I'm upset because one end of my block, I have the seniors on 44th and up. At the other end, we're having, I don't know how many units there. Now we're talking right across the street, we're going to have 38 units or whatever and stuff. What's it going to do to my property value? I've been here 44 years. I don't want my property to go down because somebody drives by and, you know, and sees that it's just apartment houses. I'm not selling, Dave and I are not going to sell our property for pennies on the dollar. We bought and paid for that property. We paid the taxes on it. I've been up here and fought for that piece of property 4 times since I moved in because I was in here when Stites was mayor and everything, because the urban renewal was going to come in and do it. We have the biggest piece of property there on Upham Street. We have 1 acre and 5/8. They've already contacted us to see if we want to sell our property. We'll sell it when we get damn good and ready, because we bought it, we paid the taxes on it, we're getting older, and we can't. It's a perfect property for a young couple with kids, like what we did when we moved in, because they have a whole 1.5 acres out in the back to ride their motorcycles or their motor 4-wheelers or whatever and everything. Put up a volleyball court. You can play baseball and everything. All 7 houses down the road, there's only Dave and I and the lady at the other end that have been here the longest. Everybody else, when I moved in, I was in my 40s. Everybody was seniors. I'm the one that fought to keep those houses from being consumed by urban renewal, where they want to take half of the property here and half of the property there and everything. I'm tired of fighting for my piece of property, which is worth a small fortune, because some contractor, wherever you are, and everything, it wants to make money so they can put it in their pocket, go back to California or whatever, and buy a bigger yacht, another island. I don't see where your little lights are. Where? Oh, there. Okay, I'm on red. Am I done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, I've done my spiel.
Thank you very much. If you would please refrain from applause, we'll ask you to do that later, but I'll say it now. So if you would please, it's not a rock show and it's not an awards ceremony. So if you'd please not applaud during the rest of the meeting. Thank you. We've already finished the awards portion. That concludes all of the speakers that I have signed up tonight. But it's not too late if you would like to speak. If you have not signed up and would like to speak under Citizens' Right to Speak, you may come to the podium now and speak. Is there anyone who would like to speak that is not signed up? Okay, if you would please give us your first name and last name, spell your last name, give us your address.
Good evening, my name is Matt Cavanaugh.
You can adjust the microphone.
Sure. I'm at 3840 Dudley Street in Wheat Ridge. Cavanaugh. I'm here tonight to actually speak in favor of the project. I think that...
Actually, we're not taking, this is for comment only on items that are not on the agenda. So
I'm sorry, I just walked in and I saw that.
That's okay.
That person there,
if you want to speak on an item on the agenda, the agenda and the items on the agenda are back there, and you may sign up on those, and we will be there later in the meeting. So thank you very much. This is for items that are not on the agenda. Is there anyone who would like to speak on items that are not on the agenda?
Good evening.
Yes, sir. If you would give us your name and
my name is Robert Moore, M-O-O-R-E, and this is point counterpoint from the last lady that was here.
And your address, please, sir.
Pardon?
Your address?
My address is 8720 West 88th Place in Westminster, but I grew up at 3900 Upham in Wheat Ridge. Moved there in '55, stayed there till I graduated from high school, and was there on and off. And I've seen that neighborhood become dilapidated and in disuse. And I know that there is a zoning project down the street. They're going to upgrade the zoning. They're going to bring homes in there for people just like the little lady that was just up here with a little girl who want to live in Wheat Ridge and want to come to a small community when everybody has a community spirit. It's going to upgrade the neighborhood, upgrade the value of Wheat Ridge, and it's going to be a lot better for the city and for the people that live here. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anyone else who is not signed up who would like to speak under citizens' right to speak? Okay, seeing none, we will conclude that part of our agenda. And our next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Mr. Matthews, would you please introduce the consent agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have several items on the consent agenda this evening. Item 1A, motion to award and approve payment to CenterPoint Energy Services, Inc., Denver, Colorado, for natural gas services provided to the city's municipal building, Anderson Park Building, and the Recreation Center. Item 1B, motion to award a contract and approve subsequent payments to A1 Chip Seal / Rocky Mountain Pavement, Denver, Colorado, for the 2019 crack seal project in the amount of $134,750 and a contingency amount of $6,750 for a total not to exceed amount of $141,500. Item 1C, Resolution 22-2019, approving a memorandum of understanding between Colorado State Patrol, Beat Auto Theft Through Law Enforcement, and the City of Wheat Ridge. Item 1D, Resolution 23-2019, approving the second amended and restated intergovernmental agreement establishing the Juvenile Assessment Center. Item 1E, motion to approve payment to L.L. Johnson Distributing Company, Denver, Colorado, in the amount of $94,711.36 for purchase of a new 2019 Toro Groundsmaster 5900-D mower. Item 1F, motion to award a contract and approve subsequent payments to J.F. Sato and Associates, Littleton, Colorado, in an amount not to exceed $134,120 for engineering consulting services for 38th Avenue and Kipling intersection improvements. And finally, item 1G, Resolution 21-2019, amending the fiscal year 2019 general fund budget to reflect the approval of a supplemental budget appropriation in the amount of $18,000 to support Porchlight, a family justice center.
Thank you. Are there any item on the consent agenda that any counselor would like to pull off of the consent agenda? Seeing none, Mr. Matthews, would you please give us a motion on items 1A through 1G on the consent agenda?
I hereby move to approve items 1A through 1G on the consent agenda items for approval.
Is there a second? We have a second by Ms. Hoppe. Would the clerk please poll the council?
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you. We will move to item number 2 on the agenda. Ms. Dozman, would you please introduce item number 2?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council Bill number 33-2018, an ordinance approving a zone change from agricultural 1 to planned residential development with an outline development plan for property located at 4440 Tabor Street, case number WZ-18-15/Clear Creek Terrace. Do we have a presentation, or would you like me to read the issue? The applicant is requesting approval of a zone change from agricultural 1 to planned residential development with an outline development plan for property located at 4440 Tabor Street. The rezoning, if approved, would prepare the property for development of a 26-unit townhome project. The request was heard at a public hearing at City Council on January 14, 2019. A legal protest was entered into the record. After the presentation and testimony, the public hearing was closed and a motion was approved to continue the case to February 11, 2019. On February 11th, there were vacancies on council, and pursuant to the applicant's request, a motion was approved continuing the case to April 8th, 2019, which is where we are today.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, an ordinance on second reading. It is quasi-judicial. Does the clerk have an ordinance number for this?
This will be ordinance number 1663.
Mr. Dahl, would you had some information or some things that you wanted to go over?
Yes, if I could just put a couple of procedural matters and resolve those and get those into the record for you. It's correct, as public hearing, as you council is aware, the public hearing was open, conducted, and closed on January the 14th. The two procedural matters I want to raise are first the issue of the protest and what the voting requirements are for this particular ordinance, which proposes rezoning. We have a charter provision that requires generally 5 votes to approve a rezoning, where it's an ordinance to approve rezoning. That's the general rule. We have also in the charter a requirement that if a protest is filed, and that's protests to be timely and proper, have to be filed by the close of the public hearing to be a timely protest. And there were 3 protests filed before the close of the public hearing on January the 14th. 2 of those were not valid protests because they did not concern property that was within the appropriate, adjacent or within the appropriate distance to the property being rezoned. But one was, in fact, within the proper dimension, so it was a proper protest. When a proper protest is filed in a timely manner within before the close of the hearing, that elevates the voting requirement to 6 votes for approval. However, subsequent to that time, the author of that protest has withdrawn the protest, and the council, I believe, has the information that was circulated to you on the withdrawal. A timely protest may be withdrawn, because really, if that protest is no longer pending, then that means that you're not under the 6-vote constraint. There was another protest yet filed this evening. That's untimely, because protests by the clear language of the charter have to be filed by the close of the hearing, and the hearing was closed in January 14th. So the net result of all of this is that the voting requirements for this particular ordinance are 5 votes to approve. I'd like to address one other matter, which is members of the council eligible to vote on this. Just a real quick item. Councilmember Keeter was not at the January 14th hearing, but has since listened to the tape. And when this matter was continued a couple of times, council will recall I went through a question and answer system with him to establish that he had in fact listened to the tape, so he's capable of and should be required to participate. Councilmember Weaver was on the Planning Commission and heard this matter when she was a Planning Commission member, and then she was later, as you are well aware, appointed to the council. This raises an issue that council will need to address, and I've got the way you do that. As a planning commission member, she made the motion, actually, to recommend approval of this project. In my opinion, and under the relevant case law, that establishes that she has prejudged the project. And I say that without pejorative because it was her job to prejudge the project. She was to judge the project. That is, she was on the planning commission, and her job on the planning commission is to have the hearing and actually vote. And so she did what she was absolutely required to do, which was to vote on the matter. But that means that she's really at that time made a decision, and that's prejudgment. In addition to that, and council will recall that I consistently recommend and advise that council members not attend planning commission meetings on a matter that's going to come to council. And I do that because that's really an ex parte information. You're gaining information of the planning commission that's not going to be part of the council hearing. And you'll have some council members, if they went, that have certain information and others that won't. And that's why we avoid those kinds of contacts. Minor ex parte contacts, as you know, we resolve by making the whole council aware of it. The net result of both prejudgment and the ex parte information that Councilmember Weaver received as a part of her action on her participation as a planning commission member is, in my opinion, that she has prejudgment ex parte issues which should preclude her from voting, and it would be my recommendation that she recuse herself. We're not done at that point, however, because we have a charter provision regarding when you vote and when you don't. And the charter provision is 5.9. I'm almost done with this, and thanks for your patience. Charter 5.9 requires council members to vote, always unless, and there are a couple of exceptions, unless the council member has a personal or private interest in the matter. And in the past, you've seen us deal with those and put them on the record and determine whether or not there was a personal interest, basically a conflict of interest, some kind of financial interest that would mean the council member should not vote. So there's that exception. And the other exception is the council, by unanimous consent of the remaining council members, may excuse a council member from voting. And in my opinion, that mechanism is what you should use here to determine whether or not Councilmember Weaver should vote on the matter. You've heard my recommendation, which is there's prejudgment here, and there's information that is not available to others. Nevertheless, she can only vote if all of the remaining council members consent. So mechanically, the way to do that, and you should do it now, is a proper motion would be to take a motion to excuse Councilmember Weaver from agenda item number 2. If that motion passes, and she does not vote on that motion, by the way, if that motion passes all 7 remaining votes, then she is excused. If it doesn't pass 7 votes, and it's less than 7, then she remains. And if that's the case, I'll have some questions for her to establish a reasonable record. So to sort of get this done, I'd appreciate a motion to excuse her from agenda item number 2.
We've got a couple of questions here.
Okay.
Would you answer some questions, and Mr. Pond?
Sure.
Perhaps you would have gotten to this or get to this, but I guess it's worth asking. I would like it to be asked of Councilmember Weaver whether or not she's viewed the proceedings from the 14th.
We could certainly ask her that. In my opinion, it would not matter because prejudgment is prejudgment, and the ex parte information is what it is. You can't unwind that, in my opinion.
Mr. Matthews.
Well, I would make the motion that we excuse Councilwoman Weaver from voting on this item, and then we can have discussion if it's seconded.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Ms. Dozeman seconded the motion. We have discussions on motions. Is there discussion on the motion? Mr. Keeter.
This is actually for Mr. Dahl. My understanding from communications is that the applicant has a different legal theory, and without judging your conclusion, I would like to hear your thoughts on that alternate theory.
Sure. The applicant's attorneys were very upfront in contacting me by phone. They followed up with a letter. I followed up with a phone call to the applicant's attorneys who are here today. And the case they make is several-fold. That the Planning Commission recommendation is only that, a recommendation. The record in front of the Planning Commission is different than the record in front of the City Council. That the Planning Commission has a different job than the City Council does. That they rely very heavily on Charter Section 5.9, which says you must vote unless there's a private or conflict of interest, and I admit there is no conflict of interest, there's no financial interest here, and so the you must vote rule does apply unless council, is otherwise, I suppose, persuaded by my feelings about the prejudgment. They, I thought did a good job of making that argument, and that the record here would be different, and as a result, it would be possible for her to be able to vote, particularly if she were asked questions, which, by the way, if the motion doesn't pass, I'll have the similar questions that I always do about can you render an unbiased decision. The case I rely more heavily on is without boring you too many details, a case arising out of a Silver Plume. Board of Trustees was the liquor licensing authority. Each one of them, turns out, signs a petition against a liquor application, and then wearing their liquor licensing authority hats, they received that petition and denied it. And the court said, that's prejudgment. You made a decision. You expressed pretty clearly how you felt about this liquor license before you had the hearing. And here, she's required, I say that several times, she was required to express her opinion. She was absolutely doing her job. There's nothing wrong about that, different set of facts. So that's kind of a quick thumbnail sketch of the law on both sides of this question.
Thank you. Ms. Hoppy?
Yeah, I guess Mike, the question I had, you've answered pretty clearly there, is that it's part of the city charter that she's supposed to vote unless she has a personal, financial, or private interest in it. So I guess my thing is that the Planning Commission sees something different, and then we also get that in our packet. So it would be, so we get this stuff that they had in Planning Commission, and then, so there's that piece, and then our city charter is what we're supposed to kind of rule by. So, so I don't know, I guess this is a tricky one for me, but those are the things I'm kind of thinking about with that.
And if I may, I think that absolutely legitimate points. What you get from the Planning Commission is their minutes. You do not get the testimony, you don't get the exhibits, you get their minutes. The charter says what it says, but it also says, unless permitted by unanimous consent of the remaining members. And in my opinion, that has to mean something. In other words, you can't simply ignore that and say, well, that can never happen, that mechanism can never be used. In my opinion, you use it for circumstances like this, where you're making a judgment about whether someone who's had to make a judgment already on this land can make the judgment here. And it's a very high standard, unanimous consent of the remaining council members. So I think it tells you that you have the right to say no as well. And if it doesn't pass, then I'm ready to have a shorter record so that we can move on.
Okay. Thank you. And okay, I'll go to Mr. Pond and then Mr. Matthews.
Well, I think it is important to look at the charter provision saying always unless, and that unless is about kind of a conflict of interest related to finances or something else like that. Clearly not the case here. And I do think there's a distinction between having participated or rendered a previous judgment and prejudging. And so to me, I think that if testimony can be taken or viewed, then in two separate bodies, in two separate days, in two separate, that in fact there can be a distinction on that. So, that's, I agree with the idea that there must be a reason for the unanimous, but there must be a reason also to say you should always vote. So that's just my take.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews?
Well, it appears to me that if we do not allow Councilwoman Weaver to recuse herself, we've just made a mockery of the quasi-judicial procedure. Anybody that has any pre-knowledge can just come before us and say, well, yeah, I got pre-knowledge, but you set the precedent that you can allow me to vote anyway. And that's nothing personal against the councilwoman. I understand she was doing her job. But if we're going to maintain procedures and try and maintain this veil of quasi-judicial no pre-knowledge, then we have no choice but to allow her to recuse herself.
Is there further discussion on the motion? Mr. Urban?
I guess I'm curious for Councilmember Kueter, how are you aware that the Developers Council has a particular position on this?
That must have been in the correspondence when certainly not through any ex parte. Because Patrick sent out the letter, I think, and then honestly don't recall. I will take a moment to try to look, but I don't even know who their counsel are. It was certainly something through staff or city attorney.
Thank you.
I'm just curious because I haven't been made aware of that, and so I may have missed something or wasn't looking at something properly. So that in and of itself is somewhat curious for me, just as far as the whole council should have all the information available. And I appreciate your arguments that you've made relative to making sure that this is a pure vote. And so my question to the city attorney is that should Councilmember Weaver be allowed to vote on this and someone were to object to this zone change, would that be a legal defense for them to object because of that vote by the council member?
Well, certainly anyone with the price of a filing fee, can file a 106 claim, and to be honest, either way it goes, there's an argument to be made. Counsel for the applicant in their letter to me said, if she's not allowed to vote, then that can be claimed as a violation of Charter 5.9, and that's the defect. Conversely, you know where I'm going with this, to the extent she votes, then the claim is prejudgment in the way I've described. So, either way, there's some kind of argument. In the end, what my job is to make certain that the actions you take are as defensible as possible. So if you end up permitting her to vote because you don't get 7 votes, then I'll have some questions that I'll ask her to establish as well as I can the ability for her to participate in an unbiased way, similar to what I do for sort of the minor ex parte contacts, and we can have concluded that. I don't think that there's no door here where there's not a claim for someone, but we will do our absolute best no matter which choice the council makes.
Thank you. Would the clerk please poll the council?
The motion fails with only, the motion passes to excuse her with only 4 in support.
Right.
Okay.
It's not unanimous of the remaining council members, so under Charter 5.9, she's now required to vote, and that's fine. Allow me to ask a few questions of her that will, I think, assist to support the council's decision.
Please continue.
Ms. Weaver, these questions are for you. It's correct, isn't it, that you attended the Planning Commission meeting on this matter on November the 15th and made the motion to approve this particular case? Okay. You should use the mic if you would. Thank you.
I did.
Are you familiar with the case because of that Planning Commission hearing?
I am.
Have you had the opportunity to review any written materials in the packet or the tape of the January 14th, 2009 hearing in the
I did
matter?
actually review both of them.
You did? Okay, just recently? Yeah. Okay, all right. Do you believe that based upon that you can make an unbiased decision on the case that's in front of the City Council despite your participation in reviewing the matter as a planning commissioner?
I do.
Very good. That's all I've got. She votes and fully participates in the matter, as does Councilmember Keeter. And as you know, the hearing was closed, so no further testimony, so now it's down to council action.
Thank you. Point of order, please, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Matthews?
Mr. Keeter has just alluded to the fact that he has information attained outside of the hearing and outside of information that's available to the rest of us. Therefore, I move that Mr. Keeter recuse himself based on the quasi-judicial rule.
Mr. Keeter, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, I don't believe that.
Point of order, sir. I'm waiting for a second.
I'll second it so we can have a discussion.
Mr. Keeter?
I don't believe that information regarding legal interpretation from the city attorney to council is information, outside information that would be disqualifying.
Was that information provided to all of us?
I received a letter from counsel for the applicant, but I have not distributed that letter to anyone other than the staff.
Then the question begs, how did Mr. Keeter become aware of the issue?
As I've said, and I'm looking through my correspondence, I don't recall. But it's, to be honest, even in the absence of knowledge, it's a legitimate question to ask the counsel for the city if the person who may be aggrieved by a decision has a legal theory that's different than the one that he has. This is not an evidentiary issue. This is an issue about. This is all a question of what is legal and what is not, which that information is legitimate to inquire of the city attorney.
Did you have something, Mr. Dahl?
It might be helpful. I view this as no different than the other kinds of ex parte contacts that occasionally occur. And I'm always grateful when council members will come to me before here and say, I ran into the applicant or an opponent in the vegetable aisle of the store, and before I was able to tell them, that's a quasi-judicial matter, there's a hearing, you need to come to the hearing, they told me three things. And what I usually do, as you well know, when you come and tell me that ahead of time, and I appreciate you doing that, is we do a Q&A on the record here, and I'm happy to do that with Mr. Keeter. We normally can resolve minor ex parte contacts in that way.
Would you please question Mr. Keeter to ascertain those facts?
Okay. Let's see. Mr. Keeter, were you contacted directly by the counsel for the applicant here at any time?
No, I do not even know who that is.
Fair enough. You've indicated this, but maybe I would ask you to just articulate it again. Do you know at all how you might have become aware that I had been contacted by counsel for the applicant on this recusal question for Councilmember Weaver?
I don't recall between with the retreat that we had, the conversation came up as to whether Councilmember Weaver would be allowed to participate in the vote, and that may have come up in those discussions.
Did you receive any written materials from me or counsel from the applicant on this matter?
No.
In light of the knowledge you had about a question concerning Councilmember Weaver's ability to participate, do you believe that you would be that you are able to render a fair and unbiased decision on the application that's presently pending for the council as agenda item number 2?
Yes, and I will note that I voted in support of the motion to excuse Ms. Weaver from participation, in part in deference to council's recommendation. And so the if there were any ex parte communication there, the vote has shown that it was that there was no that it did not sway my vote in a direction opposite from your recommendation.
But the key for me is, are you able to render a fair and unbiased decision on agenda item number 2?
Yes.
Thank you. With that in mind, I've made the record that I make normally, and understanding that you have well, I've made the record I need to make, and the only way to excuse Mr. Keeter would be a unanimous vote of the remaining council members.
Thank you. Okay, we have dispatched with the preliminaries.
Can I just add one thing?
Ms. Davis?
So I guess I just want to add one thing, because I at the retreat, I do recall conversation that they were talking about someone not being able to vote. I don't remember, I didn't hear what was said, because I was just kidding around, I think with Patrick or someone saying, what can I vote on? You know, just kidding around. So I guess, I don't know if it was a part of the retreat or something that maybe was overheard, but I do just remember it being about the ability to vote. So I don't know if that matters, because I don't recall emails, but I do recall, you know, just coming in or passing by a quick conversation and kind of being a smart aleck and saying, what can I not vote on? Just kidding around. So I don't know if that might have been the context, just to help you out, but you know, to jog your memory, but I do recall that.
Okay, I'd like to get on to the business of the council. We've got a lot of work to do tonight. Mr. Matthews.
Well, I'm just concerned because Mr. Keeter stated specifically he was aware that the council had approached council, and that was supposed to be privileged information. And now I'm hearing that somehow or other was flashed about at the retreat. And who else is aware and privy to what's supposed to be privileged information? I have no clue.
Your concern is noted in the record. Ms. Dozeman, would you please give us a motion on item number 2, please?
Point of order.
We've got a pending motion.
Mr. Matthews still has a pending motion on the floor.
I'm sorry. Would you restate the motion, Mr. Matthews?
I move that Councilman Keeter should recuse himself from the vote on this issue.
And we have a second on that?
And
okay.
And procedurally, I believe the proper way to view this motion is as a motion under Charter 5.9, because that's the only process that you have for excusing members. So it will have to pass by the unanimously the remaining council members. Councilmember Keeter doesn't vote on this motion.
Okay. Is everyone clear on the rules?
Does Councilmember Weaver vote on that as well?
Yes, she does.
Okay. Then would the clerk please poll the council?
Are we pressing?
Okay.
It's not a unanimous vote. Is that correct, Mr.? And
That's
we were
correct.
Looking for a unanimous vote?
That's correct, of 7, and therefore Councilmember Keeter is required to participate and vote.
Okay. Pardon me for getting ahead of my motions.
For the record, I should say for the tape that the no votes are Davis, Pond, Hoppy, and Weaver.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Urban.
I have a question for the city attorney.
Please ask the city attorney a question.
Thank you. You'd indicated that the public hearing and the testimony concluded at the January, was it 24th meeting?
14th, yeah.
Sorry, the January 14th meeting.
Right.
And you indicated that at some point thereafter we received a letter rescinding a letter of protest.
Right.
In my mind, that would be a form of testimony on the part of the author of that letter of protest received after the conclusion of the public hearing. And in my mind, that would be information received after the conclusion of the public hearing. And so why is it that we are able to consider that rescission of a letter of protest after the allowance for testimony has already expired?
I appreciate that question. I think it's the right one and a thoughtful one, and I took that that matter up carefully. And I view the protest and whether or not it's withdrawn as a procedural and the author of the protest has the right to withdraw their protest, because it's like filing a motion with the court after a trial, post-trial motion that you then withdraw. And it functions like a motion because it affects voting requirements, but does not affect the substance of the hearing or any matter raised in the hearing in terms of the testimony, the evidence for or against the application. I get it that it's a communication received after January the 14th, but I believe that the authors of the sole function of the protest process in the charter is to say, I'm an interested party and therefore the votes should be greater. If those interested parties aren't there, I think it would be manifestly unfair to an applicant to impose a voting requirement on an application at the time the council makes its vote that is not supported by a protest that has not been withdrawn. In this case, it has been. I understand that there's an argument to be made, well, this is evidence or testimony, but at some point one has to decide whether or not a voting requirement triggered by the filing of a protest then is good forever. And even where you have the party for whom that protest is designed to protect, not asserting that right. And because that goes so fundamentally to the rights of the applicant, to continue, sometimes the way to test this, I'm almost done, sometimes the way to test a question like this is to say, how do we feel about imposing a higher voting requirement on a project where there is not a protest that would otherwise require it? And as I came to the conclusion, and I stand by it, that this is not in the nature of evidence, and instead it's in the nature of a motion that is filed and withdrawn and mightily affects the rights of the applicant that I think have to be respected.
I guess as it relates to being so fundamentally pointing to the rights of the applicant, why is the charter or our ordinances void of any reference to the ability to rescind a protest letter or otherwise? I mean, nothing in our code provides any kind of ability to withdraw that once it's been submitted.
Well, I'll say that it doesn't address it, and the drafters of the charter did a darn good job, but as we've every now and again see, things not mentioned aren't necessarily prohibitions. The fact that it's not, okay, here's how you file a protest, in my opinion, and it's the one I'm going to stick with, the ability to file a motion in court is similarly, to the extent there's not an absolute sort of written down, here's how you withdraw them, I think it doesn't mean you can't. And here I don't see, I'd be more comfortable with that if there was language saying once filed, you know, a protest applies to that property, you know, despite any later action or something like that. There's nothing there, and I agree, because there's nothing there, you and I can have this conversation, but at some point a decision has to be made about what is the meaning of the withdrawal, and I believe the better view is that it's not evidence, that instead it goes to the motion that's been made, and it's important to protect the rights of both parties, the protester who's saying I'm not asserting that right, and the applicant who would otherwise be subject to a voting rule that is not being insisted upon.
Thank you. So we are going to go to a motion on this, and just to restate it, the public hearing has been closed. All of the councilors will be voting on this, and a majority of 5 will be necessary to pass the motion. Is that correct, Mr. Dahl?
Yes, that's right.
Ms. Dozeman, would you please provide a motion on this item, number 2?
I move to approve Council Bill number 33-2018, an ordinance approving the rezoning of property located at 4440 Tabor Street from agricultural 1 to planned residential development with approval of an outline development plan on second reading, and that it takes effect 15 days after final publication for the following reasons. 1, the Planning Commission has recommended approval of the rezoning after conducting a proper public hearing. 2, the proposed rezoning has been reviewed by the Community Development Department, which has forwarded its recommendation of approval. And 3, the proposed rezoning has been found to comply with the criteria for review in Section 26-303 of the Code of Laws.
Do I hear a second? Okay, second by Ms. Hoppy.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Our council rules provide for citizens' right to speak on any given agenda item. Are they going to be allowed to address this agenda item?
No, this would happen during the public hearing, and the public hearing has been closed, so we'll go right to the motion.
Not as a hearing item, but just as an agenda item.
No.
Does Mr. Dahl concur?
I do. There has to be a meaning around opening and then closing a public hearing to take testimony on a matter, and that hearing was noticed and published and posted, and the hearing was conducted and closed, and the structure of the public hearing requirements in the code and the charter are such that when a hearing is closed, you've finished taking evidence, despite the fact that you might have continued it for action till later. That doesn't change the fact the hearing got closed.
Well, I would submit that we're here to represent our citizens, and it may not be evidence, but we would be remiss in not allowing them to let us know how they feel about the issue, but I guess it would take a motion to do that. I move that we allow citizens right to speak on this agenda item.
Second.
Mr. Dahl, is that a proper motion?
Council's in charge of its procedures and the record. If I would say this, if that motion is taken, you're effectively reopening the hearing, because you are. And that reopened hearing hasn't been noticed or published. So while if you took testimony, you would need to continue the matter to a further fully noticed hearing, because there are people who are not here that might otherwise want to speak. The applicant is here and would have the opportunity in a renoticed hearing to respond to things that were said, because that's what we grant to applicants. So to the extent you took testimony here, while irregular, you could do it, but you would need to post this for a further hearing. We'd need to make sure that the record made of the citizen comment here tonight on this matter was made then a part of that renoticed new public hearing, so that others could respond to it.
So we will have discussion on the substitute motion. That's what I'll call it, the substitute motion. Ms. Davis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to say that I once made the mistake of asking, for public comment when we postponed a public hearing, and really got a lot of negative reaction to it the next day, and more or less got my tail handed to me. And a lot of it was, just as Mr. Dahl was saying, that the folks didn't have the opportunity to come and speak. So if others wanted to come and speak about this matter, they didn't know that people were going to be allowed to speak tonight. And so I would not be in favor of opening that up, because I think that, again, it's not something that was published and advertised to all the constituents to have the opportunity to do so. And so I would not support doing so, because it's I can understand the reasoning behind the folks here today, but I think we came to this meeting knowing it was a closed public hearing, and everyone at that point should know that if it's closed public hearing, we're taking action on it and not comment. And so I would not support that.
I'll go to Ms. Dozman and then Ms. Hoppy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just going to make a couple comments, and then I'm going to make a substitute motion. I really wanted to support this project, and I have really had an issue with the way this entire proceeding has conducted itself, as far as the public hearing being continued in order, which was pretty strategic on the developer's side, to allow for a full council to vote on this. After being advised by our council to have Ms. Weaver recuse herself because she had made a prejudgment on this matter, she is now allowed to vote on this. There's the matter of David Keeter somehow having some sort of information that none of us are privy to. And so I'm having a very tough time digesting everything that's going on. So my substitute motion is going to be that to move to continue this matter, reopen the hearing, and get details on how the information came about with Mr. Keeter.
Second.
So, Mr. Dahl, now we have a substitute motion to the substitute motion. Can you give me some advice on this? Because I'm way out of my league, I'll tell you.
Okay. I think you take the last motion first. If Ms. Dozman's substitute motion passes, then that's what you do. And we're continuing it, it gets republished, and we have a hearing at a later date. If her motion fails, you go to Councilmember Matthews' motion.
Got it.
If that motion fails, we're back to the original motion, I think made by Ms. Dozman, to approve the ordinance, to rezone.
So we are having discussion on the second substitute motion. Is there discussion on the second substitute motion? Ms. Hoppy.
Because this came to us at in the beginning of January, and we're now in April, and knowing the scheduling, we're going to look at more like the end of May, beginning of June. I don't think it's fair to continue this again, which would be a 6-month delay. Oftentimes with projects, there's things like when you line up your subcontractors, their bids are only good for a certain amount of time, and when you're working with your banker, your numbers and your percentage rates are only good for a certain amount of time. And so I think it would be unfair for us to continue this to a later date, and that we should address it tonight and move forward.
Further discussion on the second substitute motion. Mr. Urban.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would agree with Councilmember Dozman that there's a lot of unanswered questions with respect to this process, and it very well may be that by continuing this we add more questions to the mix, but I think that by continuing it and reopening the hearing, it would give us an opportunity to iron out some of these issues with this particular question. And I think that there's a lot of questions that I have in my mind relative to the rescission of a letter of protest, and whether or not that rescission was done of their own volition or if there was any inducement to do so, and whether or not that author of the letter is able to speak with us about his desire to rescind it and what led to that decision. So those are the kinds of questions that I have that would preclude me from being able to feel like we've got a good decision here tonight. So I will be voting in favor of the motion to continue this.
Is there further discussion on the substitute motion, the second substitute motion, Mr. Matthews?
I'm in favor of this motion. One of the most consistent things I hear is that we rush things through and that we aren't transparent, and people don't have a chance to express their opinions. And there's been so many unanswered questions here, and this has become such a convoluted procedure. I believe that we have to kind of just do a reset and go again and give all the interested participants a chance to restate their cases. And I would also note that if we had citizens' right to speak here, the developer would have his 3 minutes and right to speak and also. So to start with the current motion, I'm in favor of it and I would vote for it.
Is there additional discussion on the second substitute motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please poll the council on the second substitute motion?
Motion fails 3-5 with council members Davis, Pond, Hoppy, Weaver, and Keeter voting no.
Okay, thank you. We will go to the substitute motion, and Mr. Matthews, you made that. Would you please restate the substitute motion?
I believe I had moved that we give citizens right to speak, the citizens the right to speak on this issue for 3 minutes, just as we do with every agenda item, and our rules are specific that they shall be allowed to speak on every agenda item. Thank you.
Okay. Is there discussion on the substitute motion? Ms. Hoppy.
I just would like to repeat what our counselor said, that would be reopening the hearing and adding to the public testimony. And because of that, I'll be voting no.
Mr. Urban.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While I'm in favor of continuing this discussion to a properly noticed public hearing, I don't believe that allowing public testimony at this time would be proper and would open ourselves up to further issues with respect to the process as it stands. So while I would be in favor of continuing this and reopening the hearing, going through the proper notification to allow people to understand that we were reopening this, as it stands, to reopen it for public comment tonight without proper notice, I don't believe would be appropriate.
Thank you. Ms. Dozeman.
I just want to comment that I find it very interesting that we'll defer to council on this matter, but not on the matter of another council member recusing themselves.
Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, this is the substitute motion. Would the clerk please poll the council?
The motion fails 2-6 with council members Davis, Pond, Hoppy, Weaver, Urban, and Keeter voting no.
Thank you. So we are back to the main motion. Do we have discussion on the motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please poll the council?
Just a minute, please. I have to get these down.
Okay.
Okay, you can vote.
Okay, please vote. We had time for discussion on the motion, so I've called the question. Was there something that I missed? Okay, thank you.
Motion carries 5-3 with council members Matthew, Dozeman, and Urban voting no.
Thank you. I believe that concludes item number 2. We will go to item number 3. Item number 3 is an ordinance on second reading. It is a public hearing, non-quasi-judicial. Mr. Pond, would you please introduce item number 3?
Yes, 1 second, I just lost my page. Otherwise, I am happy to introduce item number 3, which is Council Bill number 34/2018, an ordinance approving the sale of designated parkland at the intersection of West 38th Avenue and Johnson Street and its connection therewith, authorizing execution of an agreement for said sale.
This is a ordinance on second reading. Would the clerk please give me an ordinance number?
This will be ordinance number 1664.
Mr. Dahl, you had some some things that you wanted to go over on this item?
Much shorter
thank you.
on this. This requires 8 votes because the charter, section 16.5, requires unanimous consent of the entire council to the sale by ordinance of a designated park land. And you previously had a hearing on this, which you completed and closed. This is a legislative matter, and so I know you've gotten correspondence on this matter, but it's a legislative matter. It's not quasi-judicial. And the legislators in the form of you can be reached out to kind of almost at any time on a legislative matter, which is what this is. It's an ordinance like any other. So we don't go through any of the rules we just went through. And importantly, council members Keeter and Weaver definitely vote on this matter. The legislators, as they come and go, they even if they're recently appointed, if the vote is in front of them, they vote. So that's all I've got.
Okay, thank you. The public hearing has been closed on this matter. This is ready for a motion. Mr. Pond, can you make a motion on this?
Thank you. I move to approve Council Bill number 34, 2018, an ordinance approving the sale of designated parkland at the intersection of West 38th Avenue and Johnson Street on second reading, and that takes effect 15 days after final publication.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We'll take discussion on the motion. Ms. Hoppe. Yes, ma'am. Do I see discussion on the motion?
I would like to.
Raise your hand. Ms. Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify a few things about this. I did some pretty extensive research on the background of this because I had a lot of questions from my district about how the history of this, and I just wanted to actually I may ask Mr. Goff these questions. Would that, or just in terms of the.
We don't usually, we usually sort of confine our comments just to the council.
Okay, I didn't know if that was.
Not take additional information from staff. But
and I just had some questions regarding when Discovery Park was created. Some things that I didn't realize that I found in my research is in 2008, when the ordinance was approved, that this section was actually considered for commercial development at that time, and it was part of the discussion. This is not a new thing that has come up in the last 10 years. And the other thing that I found was there was another concern that the piece was somehow not undeeded as parkland, and in actuality, in 2009, it was, and I'm going to use the right word, it was exchanged for space at the Bauhaus Park property in exchange for that particular space that was traded off. And so for me, the reason I will be supporting this sale is because I felt like this was a clear and public process back in 2008. I was able to reference all of the decisions around this, and while it's hard for you know, I'm a big advocate of open space and conservation, as some of you know. But for me, I felt like that there was a clear public process that this went through, and it's been discussed and part of the public record as going to be a commercial area since the inception of that park. So that's what I would like to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Mr. Matthews.
We had a public hearing on this, and it was closed, so why are we even doing discussion now? Because we're adding testimony after the hearing's closed.
We're discussing this amongst the council pursuant to the motion.
But are we not taking testimony of things that we may or may not have been aware of prior to, after we closed the hearing?
We're discussing this amongst the council.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Weaver?
I was explaining why I would be in support of this.
Is there additional discussion on the motion? Seeing none, will the clerk please poll the council?
The motion fails 7-1 with Councilmember Matthews voting no.
Thank you. That concludes item number 3. Before we go to item number 4, we will take a 10-minute recess and convene at about 9 o'clock. Back, if everyone would please take their seats. They can get it. Thank you. We will reconvene our meeting. And we are on agenda item number 4. The next agenda item is a quasi-judicial public hearing, a required step in the rezoning of property in our city. The outcome of this hearing will affect the parties involved and the community as a whole. The city councilors sit as jurors in this hearing. They have been cautioned to make their determination based on testimony presented in this public hearing tonight. We may hear testimony from both sides of the issue, and each side deserves the consideration to be heard in a fair and impartial manner. Outbursts from the audience, whether applause, cheers, or jeers, for one speaker or another, or one side of another, disrupt the proceedings and do not promote fairness. And I want to promote fairness in the hearings that we have in our city. So please join me to make this hearing as fair and as impartial a public hearing as we can do. Is there anyone here who can't agree with these rules? Thank you very much for your consideration. Ms. Davis, would you please introduce item number 4, 5, and 6? These are all relate to the same property, and we will consider them as a unitary item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bear with me as I scroll down on each item. I didn't print out the sheet, so I might be doing a little whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, so item number 4 on the agenda, Council Bill number 02-2019, an ordinance approving a zone change from Residential 3, R3, to Planned Residential Development, PRD, with an outline development plan, ODP, for property located at 4,000 to 4066 Upham Street, case number WZ-18-17 Ridgetop Village. And thanks to Mr. Pond. Item number 5, a resolution number 19-2019, a resolution approving a specific land development plan, SDP, for property located at 4,000 to 4066 Upham Street, case number WZ-18-18 Ridgetop Village. And resolution item number 6, resolution number 20-2019, a resolution approving a major subdivision for property located at 4066 Upham Street, case number WS 18-02 Ridgetop Village.
Thank you very much. We have an ordinance in agenda item number 4. Will the clerk please give me an ordinance number?
You had to find it. This will be ordinance number 1665.
And I have a note in my notes to go to Mr. Dahl for some consideration on this issue.
Thank you. I need to make a similar record to the item number 2 in a fraction of the time, I hope. But although it's a similar issue with the potential participation of Councilmember Weaver, it's a separate set of agenda items, and procedurally we must make a separate record on it. So I appreciate your indulgence. 2 things. This is, of course, a hearing that's about to take place. We have received, so I want to talk about protests and Councilmember Weaver's participation. The city has received a number of protests, so those are validly here before the conclusion of the hearing, and there is at least one of those is valid. And so that means that the voting requirements for the rezoning ordinance, which is agenda item number 4, are 6 votes. That does not apply to the SDP or the major subdivision, where the requirement is simply a majority council presence of 5 votes. because the charter requirement on protests is specific to rezoning ordinances. And the SDP and major subdivision are addressed by the council through resolutions, so the protest process does not apply to those. So that takes care of the protest. You'll have 6 votes required on rezoning, item number 4 to approve, and 5 votes to approve items numbers 5 and 6. With respect to Councilmember Weaver's participation, she did hear this at the Planning Commission, all 3 items. Councilmember Weaver seconded the motion for item 4, the rezone, and item 6, the major sub. Did not do any seconding on number 5, the SDP, but voted yes on all 3. I believe all 3 were recommended for approval by the Planning Commission, 8-0. You have their minutes, I think, in the packet. As I earlier explained to you, and I need to make the same record, in my opinion, her voting for the project, or really voting on the project, either direction, is evidence in your record in front of you of prejudgment and of ex parte information derived from her Planning Commission hearing. And I'm, again, advising that she recuse herself, but am alerting you to the fact that Charter 5.9 places that decision in your hands. And I would appreciate a motion to permit Councilmember Weaver to recuse herself on items 4, 5, and 6. If that motion passes by the unanimous vote of all the remaining council members, with Councilmember Weaver recusing, then she'll need to leave the room. If it doesn't pass by 7 votes, then I'll go through a quick Q&A with her, similar to what I did on item number 2. If someone wants to make the motion, we can move the procedure along.
Do I hear a motion to...
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Urban.
I would like to make a motion to allow Councilmember Weaver to recuse herself from these proceedings as it relates to her participation in the Planning Commission process.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to recuse Ms. Weaver. Is there discussion on the motion? I don't see any discussion. Would the clerk please poll the council?
The motion fails 4-3 with council members Davis, Pond, and Hoppy voting no.
No, it passes. Doesn't it pass?
It passes by, but not by the required number of votes. So, all right, yeah. Passes 4-3, but not by the required number of votes, which would have been 7. So, if you'll indulge me, I'll ask Councilmember Weaver just a few questions and you can get to the hearing. Councilmember Weaver, you participated in the Planning Commission hearing on these 3 items, numbers 4, 5, and 6, is that right?
I did.
And is it correct that you voted on each of those items?
I did.
And is it correct that you're familiar with this case as a result of your participation on the Planning Commission?
I am.
In this particular case, the hearing is about to take place in front of the council. And so can you tell me if you're able to make an unbiased decision based upon the record that's made here tonight in front of the council despite your earlier Planning Commission action?
Yes, I can.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's a regular public hearing, and so the witnesses will, whoever's going to testify will have to be sworn.
So I'm going to open the public hearing. If you intend to speak or give testimony in this matter, would you please rise and take an oath that I will administer? Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm that the testimony that you will give in this matter is the truth? If you do, please say yes. Yes. Any no's? Please sit down. Okay, Mr. Goff, we have a presentation.
We do. Our planning director, Lauren Michalak.
Ms. Michalak, please continue.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, Lauren Michalak, I'm a planner with the Wheat Ridge Community Development Department. I'll be presenting tonight, and I'd like to enter the public record the contents of the case file, the zoning ordinance, the comprehensive plan, the subdivision regulations, and this digital presentation. The property is located within the city of Wheat Ridge. All posting and notification requirements have been met, and City Council does have jurisdiction to hear this case. I'd like to begin, as we often do, with an aerial. You can see here the subject property outlined in blue. It's comprised of 4 existing single-family homes. Total size of the property is nearly 2 acres in size, and the existing homes range in both age and condition. They were built between 1928 and 1952. Upham Street is the only street that you see on the screen. It extends from 38th to 44th Avenues. It's actually a half-mile long. And has a mix of zoning and land uses. We'll look at zoning now and talk about land use again in a few minutes. Here's an excerpt of the zoning map over the same aerial. That orange color in the middle of the screen designates the residential 3 zone district. And you can see that the subject property is surrounded by other R3 zone properties. It's a zone district that allows for single family, 2-family, and multifamily development, and you can see from the roof lines underlying that zoning map that there are in fact a mix of housing types in the area. There are 3 single-family homes to the south, 1 directly across the street, and then 4 multifamily apartment developments immediately to the north, and then also these 3 across Upham. They range from 1 to 2.5 stories in height. 3 were built in the 1960s, predating the city, 1 in the 1980s. Further to the north and to the east, you see that sort of greenish yellow color. That's residential 2, or single and 2-family zone district. Mostly single family homes here, although there are some lots that are eligible to be developed as duplexes. To the east, that larger property is the campus owned by Jefferson County Public Schools. It's 19 acres in size, includes Stevens Elementary and Sebeski Academy. The subject site is largely adjacent to their fenced drainage facility. You can see that here. The campus does have split zoning. As you head further south towards 38th Avenue off the screen, it's a mixed-use neighborhood. Further west off the screen is Wadsworth and the mixed-use commercial zone district. Those parcels that are zoned MUC do extend and have frontage all the way to Wads. So as was mentioned, there are 3 applications tonight. I'm combining all of those as concisely as I can into one presentation. The applicant is proposing to develop 38 townhomes. Those are individually owned, attached, single-family homes, and they've requested to rezone from that orange R3 to a planned residential development. All planned developments have 2 documents that are property and project specific. The first is the outline development plan, which establishes the zoning, the development standards. The second is the specific development plan, which looks at the specific proposed site and building designs. And then finally, the subdivision plat, which establishes the lot lines that are necessary for development. I want to address a few concerns through my presentation that I've heard come up in public comment to me over the last couple weeks preceding this hearing, namely the purpose of a plan development and sort of what these 2 documents you're reviewing tonight do and don't do. As I mentioned, a plan development is specific to a certain property. Any of the development standards you see tonight, height, density, setbacks, architecture, are what is specifically approved for that property and would be what has to be developed. Any changes to those standards would have to come back through a public hearing process. The code does allow for these 3 items to be processed concurrently or sequentially, and the applicant has chosen the former to have them processed concurrently. We will request 3 separate motions at the end here. I know this is illegible. The outline development plan establishes development standards on one sheet and a bubble diagram on the second. We'll look at some of the development standards in a minute, but focus on the more specific site plan that came with the SDP. So running through the proposed development standards in relationship to the existing zoning and some of the R3 development that you see out there, the proposed zoning really follows a lot of the R3 standards. The proposed use is townhomes and open space. R3 allows townhomes and open space, as I mentioned, also allows single and 2-family development. The proposed height is the same as all of our residential zone districts at a maximum of 35 feet. The proposed number of units is where we start to diverge from the R3 standard. As I mentioned, 38 units are proposed. It's still within the density cap in our charter of 21 units per acre. Under the current zoning, if you were to consolidate those 4 lots through a minor subdivision, you could develop 22 units. So it's a difference of 16 units here, where R3 is slightly more restrictive. Setbacks sort of vary. Some are similar, some are less so. In this case, the applicants tried to engage the street a little bit more than the R3 otherwise would, with a minimum 15-foot front setback. Side setbacks are somewhat similar at 20 feet along the majority of the north and south sides. The rear setback for the proposed development is only 5 feet, but again, you saw in the aerial, the adjacent land use is sort of the vacant portion of the Jeffco School campus, so it would be appropriate in this case. From a parking standpoint, the standards are very, very similar. The proposed development has 85 off-street parking spaces. 84 would be required under the current zoning. Through consolidation of curb cuts, they will allow 8 on-street parking spaces. And then a couple more items, architecture and open space. So as council knows, we have the architectural and site design manual that dictates the design for all multifamily development. Those standards are the same under the proposed and current zoning. There's a couple of provisions that are added for this specific development to require a more strict architectural standard. And then lastly, open space, which is one of the unique features of this development that we'll look at here in a moment. The code specifically states that the intent of a planned development is to permit the establishment of well-designed and innovative developments which may not be feasible under a standard zone district, but which may be permitted through the use of an approved development plan by assuring greater control and specificity of intended development character, use, operations, and maintenance, while allowing at the same time both flexibility and diversity. I think in general, we expect there to be differences when you look at this kind of a table. A planned development is kind of a give and a get. They're often, it's a negotiated zone district. That's why you have the benefit of seeing all of the details of the site design. In this case, the sort of 2 unique factors are architecture and open space. The SDP is 16 pages long, so we're not going to look at all of those pages, but I do want to call attention to a couple of the features that make this project unique. So we're now looking at the specific development plan, the landscape plan, which is just a little bit better to see some of these features. So the units are highlighted now in orange. They're in a mix of a few different buildings ranging from 2 to 6 units in each. You'll notice that the units actually are all pretty similar in width, and the reason for that is that as the site has evolved over the last year or so, staff encouraged the applicant to widen the units to all accommodate 2-car garages. So they can certainly all do that. They're all tuck under parking, and they're all alley loaded. So the gray that just appeared is the internal alley grid that serves all of those tuck under garages. The couple of features in the middle here, these are the off-street parking spaces, and this particular alley will be specialty paving that would allow them to close it off for some special events, so it has sort of a more neighborhood feel. The 2 blue bars that just appeared on the right side of the screen highlight the detention design on this project. It's a property that had a unique opportunity. As council knows, we have to detain all stormwater runoff for new development, and that can take up a lot of land or can be expensive with an underground solution. And you saw in the aerial that the school district has a detention facility immediately adjacent to the site. It's a really flat site, which makes drainage really hard to do, and there's no storm sewer infrastructure in Upham. So the applicant successfully worked with the school district and executed an agreement to allow upgrades to and shared maintenance of a detention facility that would accommodate the offset or the flows, the stormwater flows from this project. And those 2 blue lines show that extension. The last of the shading that I have on this image is the green that just popped up. And again, a unique component of this project is the open space and the approach to open space. One feature that stood out to us as it evolved is that there's no setback on the inside of the site between the units and the alleys. So it'll be more challenging from a constructability standpoint, but what that does is it consolidates all of that land area into more usable open space. So we don't often see a project of this size or scale with as much usable area. This is a central sort of pocket park for the community, not publicly accessible, but would be maintained by the community for their public 38-unit use. These are front yards on all of the units, both in the interior of the site and on the perimeter of the site, and sidewalks throughout. So the project's exceeding the R1 standard in terms of open space coverage. It's closer to 35% when you include both that communal open space and the visible front yards. It also exceeds the typical plant and tree counts. The other unique component of this development is the architecture. So planned development can prescribe their own architectural approach. This is a 3D rendering provided by the applicant. It's not a part of the recorded specific development plan, but it does a little bit better job of illustrating what we want to talk about tonight. So this view, you're standing in the middle of the site, you're standing in that park, and you're looking towards the east at two of those middle buildings. Here you can see sort of the size of those front yards, so they're low fence, so they're open and visible, and the distance here between the two buildings, which again is a little bit larger than we typically see on a project with townhomes. In this case, they've melded sort of contemporary and traditional architectural styles, and particularly with a mid-century modern style. Windows and light are often a focal point of mid-century modern architecture, and you can see here sort of abundant windows on these designs, which is particularly helpful in a townhome project where you can imagine there's only light coming in from either 2 or 3 sides of each unit. We're going to back out of the site a little bit through another rendering or two. Now we're standing at the northern access drive, closer to Upham, looking at that central park area. So the benefit of having that grid, all of those alleys are over 20 feet wide, and then having that central open space is that it's really creating a much more open project than we're accustomed to seeing with the townhome project. And the last view that we have here is along Upham Street. So Upham Street is a local street. That means it doesn't require a detached tree lawn, but by virtue of setting these buildings back to 15 feet, they've created a front yard and the opportunity for some private street trees. So you can see those sort of more mature trees in that front area. You can also see here a variety of roof lines, variety among the materials, the masonry bases, the orientation of siding, both horizontally and vertically, variety of colors. And while we're looking at this view, I want to address another concern that I've been hearing over the last couple weeks relative to this project and relative to the term slot homes, which I think has been mentioned not just here, but with a lot of our townhome projects that have come through over the last year or so. At the bottom of the screen here are 3 images courtesy of the City of Denver, who recently did some code amendments relative to slot homes. And I want to explain sort of what defines a slot home and how this is actually a little bit of a different design. So namely, slot homes have a few different important characteristics. Slot homes are also called sideways facing townhomes. So that would mean that the townhome is perpendicular to the street, or that the side of the building, as you can see here, is what's facing the street, and certainly not the case with this particular project. Slot homes don't have yards, doors, porches, or any direct relationship to the street. You can see that here. These are not sort of oriented to the street in any significant way, as opposed to this project where they've put balconies, porches, some activity to really try to engage and have a relationship to Upham, not turn its back to Upham. Slot homes are often vehicle-oriented designs with garages and driveways visible from the street and often cantilevered upper stories so that your tuck-under parking is not just the first floor, but often further underneath the second floor. So you can sort of see these awkward openings here. They're harder to see in these 2 images. In this case, as illustrated by the view from Upham, and you saw in the site plan view, all the garages are very much interior to the site. So while there are 2 driveways in, you're not seeing a lot of that vehicular-oriented design on the proposed project. And then lastly, the proportions of slot homes are typically very much out of context and not human scale, meaning not only are they tall buildings, but they lack change of material, they often lack ground floor windows. You sometimes have a hard time telling sort of where the different floor levels are because there's not a lot of change of material or articulation. And they often lack open space, which we've just seen illustrated here. This project has ample open space. It certainly has been designed from this view with sort of pedestrian scaled materials and windows. The third component of the application, I'm not going to talk too much about tonight, it's the subdivision plat. It's sort of the least interesting of the 3 documents. I should mention it prepares the land for the development proposal appropriately. We do find that it meets the subdivision regulations. It creates lot lines, 1 for each townhome lot, the sufficient number of tracts needed to commonly own and maintain all of the open space and utility easements, and dedicates sufficient right-of-way on Upham to allow for the developer to construct the additional asphalt needed for on-street parking, and the curb gutter and 5-foot attached sidewalk that we would require for a local street. So we've just run through what the application consists of. There are criteria in the code that we're compelled to review in association with a request for a zone change, and foremost among them is conformance with the city's adopted plans and policies. So what we're looking at now is an excerpt from the city's comprehensive plan. This is our structure map, and it provides high-level guidance on land uses. Not intended to be a parcel-based map, but the star does indicate where the subject property is, and you're seeing lots of different shadings and dashed lines and designations, and that's by virtue of this property being really close to Wadsworth and really close to 38th Avenue, and in the middle of our mixed-use town center. The yellow color denotes the neighborhood, the established neighborhoods in the city, which extend further east, where we know the established neighborhoods are. That brown color represents the neighborhood buffer, acknowledging that there are usually a mix of land uses between commercial corridors and established neighborhoods. And then those dashed lines, again, denoting our primary corridors, 38th on the bottom, 44th in the pink on the top, and then the red is Wadsworth. Our comprehensive plan very clearly calls for a reinvestment on Wadsworth on 38th Avenue and in the town center area. Our comprehensive plan is organized around 6 key values, one of which is to promote vibrant neighborhoods and an array of housing types. And staff finds that this project does achieve those goals by providing a new housing type that doesn't exist on Upham. Upham has a wide variety of housing types, but not townhomes. It would provide a new home ownership opportunity and potentially attract new household types. And it's a goal that's also supported by Council's adopted housing diversification strategy. The next image is similar, but it comes from the 38th Avenue sub-area plan. All sub-area plans are adopted as sort of amendments to our comprehensive plan. I won't belabor this point, but you can see again the star there is the subject property in the designation area of downtown Wheat Ridge and the town center close to 38th Avenue, which we've denoted as our main street. The sub-area plan sort of echoes the comprehensive plan in calling for robust commercial and residential markets, and this investment does appear to support that goal. The last image that we'll look at here tonight is land use. I think I mentioned earlier on, we always focus a lot on zoning, but what this image does is shade all the properties on Upham based on what the actual land use is, not the zoning. So the subject property is the unshaded area here in the middle. The yellow color are all the properties that are single-family residential. The orange are all the properties that are multifamily. Red is commercial and blue is institutional, so that's the school and the firehouse. So, you know, we've had a lot of investment in the area. These are the town center apartments. There's 88 units and 50 units. West End 38th, 164, 65 units. So the street is really bookended by new dwelling units. While we're looking at this map, I think it also brings up another concern that I've been hearing, which is traffic. Upham is a half-mile long. We call this a mega block. It extends, 6 blocks with no intersecting streets, which can be problematic. It's part of the reason that we try to create more street grids so we can allow for some dispersion of traffic. The two biggest, there's over 400 dwelling units in the area that's shaded here. A lot of that is coming on either end, but those two properties on either end also have direct access to Vance Street on their western property lines, both of which are signalized, both down here at Vance, serving West End 38th, and up here at the Town Center Apartments. So this project was required to produce a trip generation letter. 38 units in the grand scheme of all of Upham is not enough to warrant further traffic analysis or to trigger a signal at Upham. We're not sure that a signal at Upham would be the best solution because there are other close signals both at Vance and High Court, but it's very much on our Public Works' radar to continue to monitor the traffic in the area, particularly relative to the upcoming Wadsworth improvements, not only through construction but after construction. Certainly, based on this land use map, I think staff believes that this is a development that's compatible with existing land uses, existing densities. I think I mentioned that those multifamily projects immediately adjacent to the site range from 20 to 26 units per acre. Certainly the ones on either end are significantly more, and this one that's proposed tonight strikes an appropriate balance. In terms of findings, as I mentioned, there are criteria that we review. So I've talked about some of these. The zone change is consistent, we believe, with the plans and goals and policies of the city. Can be served by sufficient infrastructure, water, sewer. We've had appropriate drainage designs. There's not any traffic mitigation that's required by this 38-unit project. And for those reasons, don't find any significant adverse effect here. Certainly a change, certainly a project that may not be appropriate in other residential areas, but this Upham Street context is a little bit unique. For the purpose of a planned development, we always have to find that this is a development not feasible in another zone district. You saw the table, there are 3 standards that would not accommodate this proposal, so the only 2 options we have are planned development or mixed-use district, which certainly didn't feel appropriate in this residential context on Upham. For the specific development plan and the subdivision, there are also findings in terms of the proposal complying with the purpose of the plan development and with the ODP. As I mentioned earlier, the subdivision does comply with the subdivision regulations. If the zoning were to be approved, it is consistent with the ODP, and again, there is adequate infrastructure in place. All applications like these have a prescribed process in the code. So the zone change component requires a neighborhood meeting, and that was held just over a year ago. We had fairly good attendance, 9 neighbors there in that meeting in January of 2018. And public comment, as I've been mentioning, has been trickling in, not only before the Planning Commission meeting, but also before tonight. There were 3 letters of support included in the advance packet, and several more letters of support and objection that have been received over the last week or so. Those were all filed with the clerk and would be available if you needed to review hard copies. I've received several phone calls and had a lot of inquiries and discussions with folks who had questions. And I know the applicant intends to elaborate on a little bit more of the one-on-one outreach that they did with the neighbors to evolve their design over the last year. As was mentioned by Mr. Dahl, there was a legal protest filed, and so that will have an effect on the voting standards, which I'll show in a moment. Getting ahead of myself. 2 last comments. All land use applications go on referral. As council knows, we're not a full service city, but the applicant is working with all the appropriate utility providers, Excel, water, fire, sanitary, and have designs advancing to those standards. Planning Commission did hear all 3 cases in the same manner that you are on February 7th and recommended approval of all 3 with votes of 8-0. Staff's recommendation is approval. We are recommending a couple of standard conditions in association with the subdivision plat. Zone changes are approved by ordinance, and that legal protest would require 6 positive votes for the zone change. Specific development plans and plats are approved by resolution and would not be held to the same voting standards. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Before we go to questions, is the applicant wants to make a statement?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that now.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Starker, distinguished members of the Wheat Ridge City Council. My name is Tony Del Grippo. I'm at 4251 Kipling Street here in Wheat Ridge, 80033. It's my pleasure to present Ridgetop Village to everybody tonight. I want to begin with a thank you to Lauren and Public Works staff for all your collaboration and input during this process. Tonight, I really just want to add some perspective to Lauren's presentation on why we feel this project will be a benefit to the community of Wheat Ridge, the neighbors, 38th Avenue corridor, for many, many years. I also want to discuss the special design features of the project that really make this truly innovative, in my opinion, and I'd like to share that with you. We've all heard the saying, location, location, location. I mean, that holds very true to zoning cases as well, not just real estate value. We stood on this property for the first time, many years ago, and the thing that really excited me the most was really just how fun it would be to live in this location. I mean, you got a short walk to 38th Avenue, summer events on the Grass Pavilion, local restaurants and bars, bike races, art walks, live music. I mean, it's really just right out your doorstep. This location, all the nearby energy, really led us to design something special that really embodies the spirit and intent of a PRD. This image from the city's 38th corridor plan, Lauren had showed that, but it really reinforces the foundation of why the PRD works at this location. We got this major confluence. We have numerous planning efforts made by the city and its residents over many years. I mean, we're just now starting to witness a lot of investment in this area. It's really starting to take shape. And that was really one of the big inspirations for the project and us at this location. This graphic here is another little more close-up of the area. You can see the context of all the activity around us. Again, more investment, more commitment from others in the area. You got the West End at 38th project, just south of us. I think I can use this to point, right? There we go. Yep, right in here. The JPL apartments down to the south, and it looks like I had a little bit of a graphic miscue. Oh, sorry. But adding density with compatible and well-designed projects in strategic locations supports the vision for this area. We agree this project may not be suitable in other parts of town. I mean, we're not proposing this project in the middle of an A1, R1, or an R2 zone. It's a very compatible multi-use area. This location embodies and enhances the corridor experience and efforts that are currently underway. A lot of work has gone into this site plan, both from planning staff, some of our input, and the neighbors. I really want to take some time to kind of walk over some of the nuances of it. We have 4 lots here. They've been combined into one larger cohesive project that has many advantages over the smaller piecemeal slot home. They can sometimes lead to a slot home type development Lauren alluded to. We didn't just rely on the surrounding walkability to 38th to justify the merits of this zoning request. We created the project around 2 really strong major themes. First and foremost was the village park concept, the center of the project. We didn't shove it in a corner. We didn't think of it as an afterthought. We designed the whole project around it. This area is intended to be a gathering space, block parties, birthday parties, a game of catch with your kids. Second, and probably just as important, is all the private yards. Each home has its own private front space, up to 15 feet, 12 or 13 in some of the locations. It's becoming more and more important to buyers, young families, to have an area to entertain, customize, grow a vegetable garden, things along those lines. Let their pets out and play safely. Even with the proposed 38 units, we still have an abundance of open space. 35%, much greater than the minimum required for similar projects that are in town. The site is not all concrete and rooftops, as some may say. Focusing more on the site plan, we specifically chose to add 2 unique duplexes right along Upham Street. This was done in coordination with our probably most immediately impacted neighbor right to the south of us. They have a single-family home, so we worked closely with them on how to make that interface work and work best. It also results in a much more attractive street scene to those going up and down Upham, versus just a straight line of buildings or something more intense. The building separation, if you look at the overall layout, you'll notice that the buildings on the left half of the project are less concentrated as they're closer to Upham, and they're more concentrated away from Upham, up against the school site. We could choose where we put the park, and we chose to put it at that location to serve a number of reasons. Building separation, very generous throughout the site, as Lauren alluded to, 26 foot or greater, very untypical in townhome projects. We increased our setbacks along the north and the south property line to 20 foot. That assists with privacy and reduced massing, both for our residents and privacy for our residents and our neighbors. Diversity, we created a wide mix of building types, multiple building sizes, various colors, materials, brick, roofing. There's so much interesting components going on. It's not a monotonous project. No two adjacent buildings are going to look the same. This is not your run-of-the-mill, stark modern project that you got some pictures of. And even I got to refer back. Planning Commission said this was a very creative infill use. Our street scene, after we focused much on the internal workings of the project, we took equal consideration to how this looks along Upham Street. Careful detail was given here. And this is the face of the project, not only for our neighbors, but for the whole city. We purposely oriented the units to the street for maximum curb appeal, activate the neighborhood with front doors, porches, low-fenced yards. Our neighborhood outreach to the one homeowner across the street initially from our neighborhood outreach meeting was positive. His input was he did not want to have these units pushed against the sidewalk. There's some examples in town. But nonetheless, he didn't want that there. We had to continue a number of follow-up meetings, phone calls, even tried to create some outreach over the last few months for continued updates. Unfortunately, that gentleman went dark. He's the only single-family homeowner we have. He lives across the street, and he's the gentleman that filed the protest. But we can talk about that in a little bit. We also added enhanced landscaping along Upham and subtle details like the mid-century block pillars you see at every property corner. It's for durability, but also aesthetics. Excuse me. And also from this picture, you get a really good idea of how the private yards will look and function throughout the project. They're a very unique feature. We're using warm, traditional materials, design influence from many great examples of mid-century homes around the neighborhood. We thought we wanted to carry that theme through, being as close to 38th as we are. I mean, we're not asking to build anything different, taller than what's allowed in the R3. Our site's big, so yes, we have more units than what the R3 allows, and I can explain that in a second. Lauren showed this slide. This is actually one of my favorite slides, and it's, I love the Upham Street scene, but when you drive into this neighborhood or vision yourself driving into this neighborhood, you're not hitting a building, you're not hitting another garage door. It's a very, very open feeling. So I just wanted to share that. This is not your typical townhome development. So my goal, was to really show the unique attributes and considerate thoughts that we went to into this site. There's many of them. I hit on, I think, the really, really large ones. Much of this was directed in, in cooperation with our neighborhood outreach. Neighbors up and down the street and surrounding us all had input in this plan on how it worked on the edge conditions to the north, the south, the east, and the west. I want to expand a little bit on our, the reason we're able to do all this great landscaping is because of our storm drain solution. There seems to be some confusion about our storm drain design and our agreement with the Jeffco Public Schools. So I just want to take a moment on that. Many of these special features you see, are really a direct result of our collaboration with Jeffco and the ability to not encumber this site with wasted space for the basin. It's unusable. We have all usable space on our property. So real quickly, this picture here shows a couple of things. This site historically always drained to the east. Before the houses were built. When the school site was built and they built those fields, they effectively raised the site behind us and they dammed the historic flows, created a ponding effect in the back of these yards. So this slide shows the existing basin in blue, the location of the outlet device, there we go, right about here. Then you can see the existing 24-inch storm drain line that runs out to Reed Street. Those are the current situations right there. Our design effectively reestablishes historic flows, brings our site up to grade. We have to bring some dirt in, not a lot, but enough. Bring it up and then storm drain into this basin. This creative solution in collaboration with Jeffco to utilize and upgrade, I'll explain in a minute, their basin resulted in the ability for us to design, something that's it's going to be hard to repeat anywhere else. Just a little bit of background on the existing pond. I think it's important. It was already designed and built around 1993. It had about a volume there of 16,000 cubic feet. So this is part of our infrastructure here. The current volume is quite a bit less. It's been a lot of deferred maintenance. Sediment has built up over many years. If you had to build that basin today, you'd have to build it to about 21,000 cubic feet. So it's undersized for today's standards. When you add in our development, the total volume will be increased from the new 21,000 that we're going to build for them to 29,000. A big issue also is the age of that basin. There's really no modern emergency overflow right now. If in a big event and that structure, their outfall were to get clogged, it would just fill up the pond and spill over into the parking lots and even potentially into the Sobeski Academy. This is an overlay of our site against the basin. Like Lauren alluded to, our site is right smack dab in the middle of it. It used to drain there, so we've worked in a solution to get that drainage to go that way now. So you'll see here, usually 2 pipes going into the basin. We are reworking this portion of the basin right here, just a little bit of earthwork, and really pushing it out very minimally. It's only about a 2% difference in total surface area to the school. It does not impact their yard, their fields, their basketball court, any structures, of course, not even near it. So, last thing I want to show you is, oops. Here we go. Just some of the other pond upgrades that we're doing. So right now there's a picture of their current existing outlet structure, which is severely antiquated. A lot of debris can go into that and cause, it's just not been maintained, quite frankly. So our regrading and new structures and just modern engineering will really make this basin function properly for many, many years. I wanted to hone in on this slide a little bit more. There's a lot of interesting things going on here. This obviously is the southern third of Upham. It's one of the long streets. It's got a different character on the very north. It's got a different character in the middle, and it's certainly got a different character on the bottom. This shows obviously our connection and kind of where we are with the R3. As you come south on Upham, single family R2 homes, you hit the older apartments. I mean, it's an immediate transition, and it feels different as you go south. So we're right in the middle of this. We have similar densities around us, although they're antiquated, but nonetheless, I mean, there's a lot of concentration of folks right there in that area. But that's, location, location, location. To the south is where this feeds into, to 38th, and obviously there's a picture of the West End 38th project going on right now. So where we're at, we have good buffers to the north, to the R2. We have the apartments there. We worked real closely with all of our neighbors here. These are all the stakeholders that have input to this project site. Okay, we've talked to and procured support, and many of them are in the audience tonight. So we have worked out the edge conditions, the grading concerns, the fencing, which trees to take down. I mean, you name it. It's been studied to that level of detail. On that right there. So what I'd like to hone in on is the last minute, I guess, protest that just came in. We were surprised by that. Like I said, we've talked to everybody up and down this street. They were invited to the neighborhood meeting. Those that showed up and participated have continued to participate and provide great input. Those that chose to not attend had another chance at the Planning Commission hearing. We had some folks that showed up and had some questions. I mean, not really any major opposition, but we did have some good questions that got answered. And then now, as we go to City Council, things have ramped up, really on a different platform. I know there's resistance to change. It's a citywide issue. It's a statewide issue. It's a lot of growth. It's on the back of this project, quite frankly, some of it. So the protest was filed on this property right across the street from us, right here, Mr. Henshaw. He was at our neighborhood meeting. We had a number of one-on-one follow-up meetings with this gentleman afterwards. We thought things were going really well. We showed him all the designs, the setbacks that we had, and then he went dark, and we've tried to reach out for months, and I don't know what his issues are. He's here tonight, and I'm curious where we're at with that. In closing, while everyone's is going to not agree on what the single best approach is for the city to grow, flourish, invest in its future, my point was to simply hope you guys have a better understanding of all the unique engineering, the opportunity we have here to do something very special to get us where we are today with all the help from staff and everybody else. We feel this project embodies the entire intent of the PRD. I mean, this is the point of it. So. Thank you for your time and consideration this evening. I have our full design team here with me this evening. We're happy to answer any questions of the public and the City Council. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and our next, we'll bring the lights up. Thank you. The next part of our hearing will be public comment. Due to the number of speakers we have, we're going to limit comment to 3 minutes each. And when I read your name, please come to this podium. Once again, like beginning, give us your first and last name, spell your last name, give us your address, and go from there. Our first speaker is Neil Reinke, and Joe Sadar is on deck. Okay. Joe Sadar? Thank you, sir. And our next speaker will be Steve Prose.
My name is Joe Sadar. I live at 4355 Taylor Street. Our family has been in that location for 64 years. Okay. I, for one, am totally against this proposed rezoning and the proposed buildings. The family didn't move to Wheat Ridge to move into a community with such high density. The reasons that I have for feeling the way I do, and I'll read it, is number one, increased traffic. Upham Street is very narrow, and street parking is generally overflowing or non-existent. North-south traffic on Upham can barely pass one another because the street is so narrow. Now, along those lines, with what the fellow just showed us, with the short setback on those buildings, there's nowhere to widen Upham Street, as far as I can see from that. Okay, going from there. With the addition of all the new proposed residents at this place, how about all of the ones that are at 38th and Upham? When all of those fill up, when all of the apartments south of Lucky's fill up, when this fills up, if it ever would come to be, there is nowhere for anybody to drive. How can I say? The vehicles would push the traffic problem totally out of control. Emergency vehicle response. The time there for fire, police, and ambulance would be greatly increased because they can't go to 38th and they can't go to 44th, and the street is only as wide as it is. We have to remember that the fire department, the policemen, the ambulance might be on the way to your house or ours. So all this traffic doesn't include the 5 days a week of morning and afternoon school bus traffic, along with parents bringing the kids to school. Also, when Wadsworth Boulevard is in construction into the near future, our entire community would have daily gridlock. This doesn't include any high-density housing and the increased population it would bring. It would greatly increase an already existing problem. Also, these buildings do not really fit in my opinion, with the whole community. And I guess that's all I'm going to say for now, but I thank you for no zoning change.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Steve Prose and Kathy Havens on deck.
My name is Steve Prose, P-R-O-S-E. I live at 4290 Reed Street, and I've lived there for 35 years. I attended St. Peter and Paul's, so I've been here for my entire life. All four of my kids graduated from Wheat Ridge High School, and I'm a retired Wheat Ridge volunteer firefighter. I had 25 years on, and I retired in 2003. I'm opposed to this proposal on Upham Street, and I urge them not to change from R3 to the PRD. The plan would allow for 38 three-story townhomes that currently have 4 houses on 4 small parcels. Originally, when I first saw it, the development would only allow a setback of 5 feet, and the current height limit would be extended above 35 feet. And also the flat roofs, allow the flat roofs. And, the flat roofs would block the sunlight. There's ice and snow problems there, and that are not currently there. And according to the one plan that I saw, that it has artificial grass, not real grass in there. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I saw. From what I understand, the developer has proposed agreement with the Jefferson County R1 School District to drain the water from the development to a retaining pond located between Stevens Elementary and Sobieski School. This would create more water problems in the adjacent area on Reed Street. From what I saw, traffic. Upham Street already is a bypass street for Wadsworth. A lot of people head north on Wadsworth, they turn off onto Upham Street. And they go down Upham Street. When that's filled up, they go down Reed Street to get to 44th. That's just going to increase a whole lot more with the narrowing of 38th here at Upham Street and the 168 units that are already proposed there, along with another 38 homes. It's not good. Okay. When I was on the fire department, all my calls were out of Station 1. Responding out of Station 1, which is now Station 17. And sometimes getting out on 38th Avenue, this was 15, 20 years ago, sometimes it was even fun trying to do that. It's even worse now, and it will be worse in the future. It's not safe. And the recently completed NRS survey shows that most of the residents in Wheat Ridge respond to the survey do not want development of this kind in their residential areas. Along 38th Avenue, over there where Lucky's is, that's okay, but not in residential areas. I'll conclude now because I see the red light. I'd appreciate the council to not vote to improve this development, to approve this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathy Havens and Gordon Henshaw.
I'm Kathy Havens, Havens. I live at 7060 West 39th Avenue, which is almost at the corner of West 39th and High Court. So I would be just east of this development. I consider this development to be predatory. It's been done with very little input from the citizens. I was notified of a meeting to be held in January of 2018. I attended, I asked questions. After that, I didn't hear anything. I called, what's going on? Are they working on it? Why are the places in such disrepute? The homes were not kept up. These people have owned it for a period of time. We have junked cars in front yards. They're covered in tarps. They were covered in tarps after I called the code enforcement people 3 times. That's been the extent of what I got out of that complaint. It's almost as though the area was allowed to run down so that we'd have a great excuse to overdevelop it. Under the current zoning, they can build 22 units, and I'm certainly not opposed to that. My other concern is the drainage. The story is, and I'm not privy to everything, so the story is that they've entered into an agreement with the Jefferson County School District that the complex will be responsible in perpetuity for managing and caring for this drainage system that they're going to tie in with what the school already has. Apparently what the school already has, at least to what I heard tonight, is inadequate. That worries me because at some point the developers are going to go away. We're going to have a homeowners association, and it's going to be made up of, from what I've read, first-time homeowners who've got 30-year mortgages, high payments, and all of a sudden they might be left with a huge drainage bill. If that happens, they're going to walk away. They're going to walk away from their homes, walk away from their 30-year mortgages, and walk away from their drainage program. Part of the problem and part of the reason that those homes are so small and are on such big lots was done so that there would be a place for the water to drain. The other reason that they have such large lots is because they were used for animals. When we first moved here, somebody had a goat herd. Up until recently, somebody had horses. There are other uses. A lot of people would pay a fortune to have a horse property in the middle of Wheat Ridge. They could obviously be reused for that. At any rate, I don't want to create the urban renewal project of the future, and that's what this sounds like to me. Thank you, and I hope you consider what we said. The other thing, one more thing. This is the Wheat Ridge Sentinel. It's dated April 4th, I believe. I picked it up on my way in. There's nothing in here about the city of Wheat Ridge. People need to know what's going on. I'll tell you what is in here, the city of Golden. And yet I look at this meeting tonight and I see all of these people. Obviously, there are people who need to know what's going on. They're interested. They're staying up, a lot of us, past our bedtimes, to be real honest. And there's nothing in here. The city of Golden. Thank you.
Excuse me, thank you. Our next speaker is Gordon Henshaw and Lynn Martineau on deck.
I feel as though I've been talked about lately. I'd like to hand these. I don't have enough for everybody because my printer ran out of ink. You can hand those. Maybe somebody would like to share one. These are the pictures of my property. I know none of you are going to be able to see this.
Would you, Mr. Henshaw, would you please give us your name and name?
My name is Gordon Henshaw, Hinshaw, 4045 Upham Street. I'll just go right quick to it. We aren't from Wheat Ridge. Our families weren't born here. 26 years ago, we chose our house for its trees, its yard, and its unique city. Now, I've been hearing a lot about how there's no adverse effects on the neighborhood. I have a few, not very many, maybe not many as some, more than others. Parking, we've been talking about, it is already an existing problem. I've called the police to have cars towed from blocking my driveway over 100 times, as long as I've been there. Traffic is already an existing problem. The traffic problem exists now, and all of these units that they want to bring in are only going to increase that. I know that they have parking, but we have 38 units, so for a total of 76-ish possible cars going in and out. With all of that comes air, light, noise pollution, 3 stories, 38 units, traffic, cars starting, idling, exiting, and if I can show you this picture, my house now, my house with the proposed, the driveway will come right to my house, or not to my house, but the headlights will shine directly at my house. I know I've been hearing that I was reached out to, and I considered, I didn't want to be up front and say no to anything, because I don't think anybody here is against development. It's this development. It's too dense for this street. The street isn't set up for it. We're having increased traffic, increased police activity because of parking. We'll have increased chance of accidents, pedestrian and vehicular. We've already had them before. It's only going to increase. We have an increased strain on utilities. All these units adding up, and as far as I know, we've never had utility improvements since I've lived there, 26 years. School drainage, increased commute times, increased traffic at 2 key intersections, increased vehicular hazards for Stevens Elementary, increased traffic and obstacles for first responders. Trust me, I've watched the fire departments not be able to get down the street because of parking right now. Imagine what it's going to be like when 38 units, 162 units, 140 at the other end. increased city maintenance on the street, increased number of stoplights possibly, and then we're back to the pollution, the commutability, and contrary to the stated objective of wanting new families and new homes, 51% of this can go to unoccupied owners. Rentals. I'm sorry, 49%. It is mandated, the way I understand it from the planning, 51%. So 49% could potentially be renters, which is what we keep saying we're trying not to have. But here we are again with possible rentals. So while many in this room aren't opposed to development, the city's misguided attempt to promote growth by eliminating the prior R3 code and replacing it with the PRD and mixed use has created an open door to an overly dense development that fits neither the city's traditional ideals nor the city's current residents. The council can remedy this by voting no on the proposed change. My time is up. I protest the time thing too, because this is directly affecting my property. They had an hour and a half. I'm not getting that. But I will say, I also think that they posted on one property, and I think they were supposed to post on all four. I would like that in the record, along with my protest on the 3-minute talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lynn Martineau and Sharon Johnston on deck.
My name is Lynn Martinelli, M-A-R-T-I-N-E-L-L-I, 4240 Upham. I agree with everything that's been said so far. I don't think that I was contacted once. We lived directly on Upham. There was never anything in my mail. There was never anybody at my door. I don't know where working with the neighbors came from. I never got one notice until the yellow sign went up in front of the empty houses. And then we came to the planning meeting. And now we came to this meeting. And other than that, I don't think this is compatible with the street or with what residents want. Around the outskirts of established neighborhoods is fine. And other than that, I would like to give my time back to the homeowner most affected, if that's all right with you. May I donate my time back? Okay, we've got a couple minutes.
Okay, two more minutes.
I really want to stress that there really isn't anybody in this room that doesn't want to develop. It's just not this plan. It's too dense for this neighborhood. Yes, we have apartments, 2-story apartments. Yes, they are a little over previous compared to now. But nobody here is against the R3. The problem is the city has made R3 undoable. Anything over an acre now has to be PRD or mixed use. And I don't blame the developer for this. I blame the city. What was wrong with R3? 22 units there? I could live with that. I wouldn't like it. I'd rather have a park. But I'm not going to get a park. It's not the development. We're not a bunch of Luddites that want to live in the dark ages. We realize this neighborhood, development's coming. But we need to be smart about it. And the only other property owners that are affected, out of the 4 that were for this, 3 are absentee owners. They're rentals. So you do the math. You got 2 properties that are owned by 1 person, and it's a rental. If this goes through, maybe I can PRD my land. Pretty soon, we got a whole bunch of really nice townhomes, but we're just like Tejon Street in Denver. And every day, I drive down 38th, and I see Perrin Road. And I think, in some places like Denver, you don't have a choice. We have a choice. We have a choice. You have a choice. You can vote and say, no, we don't want the PRD here. We can work with something else. And I think we can. That's all I have left.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sharon Johnston and Suzanne Capra on deck.
Hello, I'm Sharon Johnston, and I live at 4335 Teller Street. And I'm opposed to this, traffic being the #1 issue. It is 38th, Upham, 44th, Teller, is so heavily congested now And with the buildings that have already are under construction, as other people have mentioned, 160, I can't remember the other numbers. I think it's dangerous for drivers. I think it's dangerous for pedestrians. And again, I'm not necessarily opposed to new things, but in our particular neighborhood, I think things are moving awfully quickly. That intersection of 38th and Wadsworth, it's a killer. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Suzanne Capra and Kim Calomino on deck.
I'm thankful for all you guys who are really interested in our situation. I've been in Wheat Ridge for 60 years. We moved in and raised all our family and our children here. I'm Suzanne Capra, C-A-P-R-A, and I live at 7070 West 43rd Avenue in Wheat Ridge, of course. And I've watched all the development we've had for the 60 years, and a lot of it's been improvement. But I think what we're doing now is a big mistake, because we cannot imagine cars now. Those 38 apartments are going to have cars. And where are you going to put those cars? Are they going to be on the street? Because even if you have places in the front, it's not going to go clear to the back. And I don't know if they're as glamorous looking as what pictures we saw today. But we saw some that didn't look that. And also, how close are they together? I think they mentioned that, but I didn't get what they are, how close they are. 3 buildings going all the way to the back, right? I know. Well, so that's all I can say is I hope you don't change our zoning to PRD, because we don't need that many apartments. I don't know how you can put 38 apartments and expect people to pay $400,000 for them. Maybe that's old-fashioned on my part, but I don't think that's a very good deal. So anyway, I don't have anything else to say. When you're 91 and you've run out of a lot of things, and it doesn't do any good to complain sometimes anyway. So I hope that you will listen and not change the zoning. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening to me, you guys.
Thank you for coming in.
Bye now.
Goodbye. Our next speaker is Kim Calomino and Rob McLeod on deck.
Thank you. Kim Calomino, C-A-L-O-M-I-N-O, 4070 Dover Street. Change is hard, but it's not impossible, nor is it a disaster. And when well managed, it can benefit the broader community. And I think this is an example of well-managed change in our community. And I support the development, and I strongly support the recommendations specifically made by staff. I think Lauren did a great job in articulating why this is a good project. It is consistent with and supports the goals and objectives of the city's comprehensive plan, including providing more diverse housing options, which are greatly needed. The zoning is consistent with the intent of planned development, is compatible with the surrounding uses, and will create a high-quality development. As we look to further support the success and growth of our Main Street, as well as provide the diverse housing options, this development will do both and should move forward. The developer has accommodated several requests and recommendations, making this a townhome development with some unique and attractive features, and I think that was pointed out by staff. We need to consider the big picture, our larger goals and objectives and needs as we assess the value and appropriateness of such development applications. This is one that meets all of the right criteria and should move forward with your unanimous support, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rob McLeod, and page 2, Judy Capra on deck.
I'm Rob McLeod, MCL, EOD at 3960 Upham. I'm the house directly south of this. And before I launch into my support of this, I just want to give kudos to your Fruitdale project. Loved what I saw, didn't know about that. And I love the proclamation for National Crime Victims Week as a family that lost a daughter to violence. I'm really appreciative of that. I've lived in this house for 20 years, but our history in the house goes much further back. My wife's grandparents, that was the house they moved into when they were married in 1934, and it's been in the family continuously ever since. And today's Upham Street isn't even like the Upham Street my wife grew up with. Parts of Upham Street are dying. And I would like to see new life come to Upham Street, and I think the Ridgetop Village project fits that bill. My wife and I have been part of the process, man, from the very beginning, even before the January 2018 we were notified and talked to about. We've seen several reiterations of the site plan, 2 or 3 versions of a drainage plan. They've asked us about where our backyard and how buildings could least impact us visually from the very beginning. So I feel like our opinions that we've said are important to the whole deal. A lot of negative things been said about the PRD, even words like it's a pariah or it's a disease. Maybe it's a remedy. This gives us open spaces, gives us 38 townhomes, and with the PRD, the city of Wheat Ridge is in essence has invited them to come here and make an improvement. One of the things I wish the site plan would have shown us was the 4 properties that are there and how they look from the street currently. It's terrible. That will be a huge improvement to this frontage. It will be a huge improvement for my side yard to see those, and I'm looking forward to the new neighbors. I really am. I've found the mid-century design very charming compared to some neighbors of ours that are kind of in love with that. I've been talking to young people all over town that this is the style that young families want to start in. They want to start in a townhome, in a pedestrian-friendly, in a multi-use, kind of urban, suburban vibe all together. And if you think these kind of neighborhoods aren't conducive to families, go visit Little Man Ice Cream on a summer night in Denver. It's a neighborhood just like this, and families with little kids and strollers will wait for an hour and a half for an ice cream cone. And one of the last things I want to say, 10 years ago, we tried to blight the other side of Upham, and we voted it down, and we addressed these 4 properties, and we're told, we need to encourage a developer to do something about that. And I thought with the PRD, you did. And I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Judy Capra and Mark Bowman on deck.
Yes. My name is Judy Capra, C-A-P-R-A. I'm at 4290 Teller Street. So I am 1 block east and a couple blocks north of the proposed development. I'd like to comment first on the fairness of this whole procedure tonight. One, these are 2 questions we're dealing with that have a big impact on our neighborhood. One is a rezoning to a denser zoning, and the other one is this development itself. I have lots of questions about the development, and you can't begin to address them. I think it's interesting, if I think of this as a trial or a hearing or whatever is quasi-judicial means, that the city all along has worked with the developer, explained to the developer what they need to do to get through, tell the developer how to work, how to make everything work, probably what to present, but nobody's worked with the neighbors. We did not know about this until just a couple weeks ago. And then to try to learn it all, to try to come up and present some kind of cogent explanation as to why we don't like it, that's a challenge. I've read the planning committee minutes. I've looked at the agenda in your packets. I mean, there's so much to read and digest. I went online and looked up the biggest mistakes developers made when doing any infill like this. This fits a lot in the mistakes, by the way. then who's representing us? So who gives us guidance on the kinds of things that we might expect to see as problems with these kind of things? Who sits down with us and helps us come together with a presentation that will be meaningful to you guys? I mean, that's really a big concern to me in saying we get no assistance here. There are negatives to this, and it's a lot more than just the traffic. We may be all zoned R2, all our areas R2, and I don't know if you've driven through our area, but they're all single-family homes. R2, but it's more like R1, and so R1 to R3 has always been a jump. I was raised in this neighborhood. I went away and lived in Massachusetts for a while, and I ended up back in this neighborhood because I could get a smaller house on a larger lot. Those aren't easy to come by. I didn't find it easy to come by. I looked further west and decided, you know, maybe I'm satisfied here. Maybe this has what I need. I had a lot more things to say, but I think it's really unfair to squash these two together. So we have to deal with a zoning change, which I would have liked to have seen first, and deal with that. And then we could look at a particular development, because I don't care what the development is, that density doesn't fit our neighborhood. People have been saying about what young families want. We have 4 young families right in my immediate neighborhood. They all signed the petitions and said no. Oh, they were shocked. They said, oh, but that's not why we bought here. One young couple, you may have noticed them here, they had their 18-month-old little boy, and they said, we can't stay this long. So he handed me his letter, so I'm on yellow. I'm going to read some of this as fast as I can. His name is Jeremy Cooper, C-O-O-P-E-O, it just went red. And our young, see, this is just seems like it's such a biased way of doing this hearing. Thank you, but thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Bowman and Carol Matthews on deck.
Yes, my name is Mark Bowman, B-O-W-M-A-N, 1338 Chase Street in Lakewood. I'm a realtor. I work with this group on this project and another project in Lakewood. When I first came to Colorado 6 years ago and started selling real estate, people asked me, where would you move to? Where would you suggest to buy? And I told people Wheat Ridge and Arvada. And they looked at me like I had a third head. And now people come to me like I had a crystal ball. Because Wheat Ridge and Arvada had so much to offer and so much community to offer. But as we grow and more people come here, we have to have density, and density has to go somewhere. And this type of zoning is what allows density to go places. I work with developers from Douglas County to Summit County to Winter Park, Granby. This is probably the most well thought out development that I've dealt with in the 6 years that I've been here. I've got 40 years in the construction business. I've been around this my entire life. Projects aren't typically this well thought out. They're not typically this well engaged in what the neighborhood needs. I've been involved in the Ridge at 38 in the promotion of a Main Street in Wheat Ridge. This is what helps that type of a development happen, Wheat Ridge Main Street. This is tax-paying residents that will be here, families, children that will be here. They'll support the businesses in the neighborhood. So I'm very much in support of this. This is a very well thought out project, and I'd like you to vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carol Matthews and Rhonda Champion on deck.
Carol Matthews, M-A-T-H-E-W-S, 3851 Hoyt. City Council, city staff, have you heard the news that Wheat Ridge Future stands on attracting more strong households? A vast majority of our citizens express their desire to keep low-density family feeling in the Wheat Ridge character. We are here tonight as you're considering more rezoning for more high-density housing. You are sucking the oxygen out of our air, you are blocking our sky, and you are wasting our land. You are taking the Wheat Ridge character out of Wheat Ridge. Some save Wheat Ridge for strong family space. Everywhere else that we've rejected this high-density stuff, we found a wonderful developer who would come in and make a family community. Let's look at this. We've jumped into this, we've hidden it from the public. Let's try it. There could be cul-de-sacs, there could be small single-family houses, or they could be condos or townhouses, or maybe those garden homes that you promised us over at Lucky's that you replaced 400 and some units with. Let's look at this, folks. Let's consider what we're doing before we look like Arvada or Lakewood with high-rises everywhere. We're just a corridor for their traffic, and we've gotten everything but small businesses, dedicated large businesses, and good developments. The only thing we have left is our character, and our character is single-family residences filled with families. This developer has said this development is not for families, it's for millennials. Yeah, it'll make the little Wheat Ridge Center a lot better for millennials to go and drink on the sidewalks. But what are they going to contribute to our city? And when they decide they'll have children, they'll move out. And what will we have? Yeah, we'll have another Urban Renewal Authority position. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rhonda Champion and Rachel Holteen on deck.
Yes, my name is Rhonda Champion, C-H-A-M-P-I-O-N. I moved to Wheat Ridge in 1978. It was a wonderful city where farms could peacefully coexist with little bungalows. I knew all my neighbors because they came to me to welcome me and introduce themselves. I could walk my dog at 3 o'clock in the morning if I wanted to and feel safe. When I told people that I lived in Wheat Ridge, they always kind of looked at me as, where's Wheat Ridge? Well, now they know where Wheat Ridge is, but I'm sorry to say that their comments are not always positive. I can no longer feel safe in walking my dogs after dark, let alone at 3 a.m. My light and privacy have been invaded by a behemoth built next door. Wheat Ridge Planning Commission said it was in line for their plans for Wheat Ridge 2020. I do not live on Upham Street, but their street is my street. Their street is your street. You may think that this is only one building, but it will be used to justify another and another and another. Upham is not a street that will support this project. It will significantly change the character of the street from 38th to 44th, creating bottlenecks at both ends. Wheat Ridge is changing. It's no longer the city of trees. Our beautiful, quiet neighborhood streets are being forced to give way to increased density, making them the next Wadsworth with speed bumps. I feel like Wheat Ridge is starting to sell its soul to big money and developers who will build their monstrosities here, and then they will leave, go back to their own homes in quiet cul-de-sacs and mountaintops. I moved to Wheat Ridge because of the large yard, so I could dig in the dirt and my dogs could run. Yards like mine are very rare. Young families who have children will have no place to play. This comment about how children will have a place to play, dogs will have a place. What dog? Not ones that have much energy. And children will have no place to really play. The project I saw says there's a lot of open space where they can run, they can get in front of cars, they can, it's not a place where they're really protected. And certainly animals won't be protected. Concrete is going to become their play yard. Their big activities can be chalk work. Yes, growth is inevitable, but do we have to sacrifice our quality of life to accommodate it? Where will you want to live if this type of planning continues? Surely planners can be more creative than this. This project does not belong on Upham Street. Please vote no. Also, on another note, the criteria, just one sentence. The criteria for this project has really not been met. For example, number one, this project should promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the community. I have yet to hear what that is. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rachel Hulteen and Bruce McIntyre on deck.
Good evening, Council. My name is Rachel Hulteen, Hultin, and I live at 4690 Balsam Street. I have a little bit of just sort of bullet point comments. It's been a long night for all of us. But first, I just want to share a little bit about the history of my house. I plan on living in Wheat Ridge as long as I can, which I hope is decades to come. But when I bought my house, I actually bought it from the original owners, and it was really a gift to hear the story of how they built that home and raised their family, and it just really felt like a great transference of a family who really cared a lot about the community. They built their house on what used to be farmland. So my house was built in 1950, and before that it was a truck farm. So when they built the house, when the truck farm was sold, the density significantly increased. The truck farm probably used to be some other type of even lower density dwelling. I don't know that back. But what my house tells is a story of change over time. And I think Wheat Ridge has really good bones to protect the beauty of a lot of our neighborhoods. And we have really strong planning documents that invite visions like this to come find their place in Wheat Ridge and find it in the appropriate place. Our comprehensive plan clearly calls for Upham Street to be a transition area. The density that's being called for is surrounding the proposed site. So I have a couple of just things I wanted to share, but at the end of the day, I support this development. Having worked in real estate development for a long time, I rarely have ever seen a developer who has worked so hard to accommodate concerns of the neighbors, try and make sure that it's a context-sensitive development, within the framework of, what he can do, but it's the market. The market is calling for this, and he's responding to that. A couple of things. I heard a lot of stories that he did talk to, maybe not all of the neighbors, but he did respond to concerns from the neighbors and changed his plans accordingly. He worked with the school district. What I've also heard from businesses on 38th Avenue, talking to a lot of business owners, they would love to see more households within walking distance of their businesses. A lot of established restaurants and newer restaurants, they're paying county taxes and not seeing enough growth in the area to just support their increased overhead for running their business. So a lot of established business owners would love to see more households in the area. And the last thing I always think of, well, what if this doesn't get approved? What do we have? And what we have is a really big R3 lot that would allow 22 units and no oversight, no developer working hard to make it look good and to make it work. And to get permission from our community. So someone said earlier that this process is really an invitation for developers to have to earn it. The R3 would not bring that same opportunity for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bruce McIntyre and Craig Aller on deck.
My name is Bruce McIntyre. I live at 4080 Reed Street, McIntyre. My concern is the drainage ditch. When the school was built in the 90s, the drawing the school presented to neighbors did not include a retention ditch. Where the ditch was sidewalks. Janelle, I only got one copy, but there's no ditch in there. Within the first year, we had mosquitoes, raccoons, and other things that didn't have before. We contacted the city, and they decided on a detention ditch. And the city put in a large storm drain on Reed Street to accompany the extra water. The developers wanted to pay the school for the use of the ditch and have agreed to improve and maintain it. I've heard different stories on who will maintain it after the developers are long gone. Past experience with the school is that they aren't going to do anything. In the past 25 years, the only thing that they've done to that ditch is fence it off, and the only reason was because I confronted Mr. Midall, the city manager at the time, about young kids playing in it. My wife and I took our dog over there, and he got stuck in the mud, and we had to help him out. First, if there is any money exchange for the drainage, it should go to the city, not to the schools. Second, will the storm drains handle the excess water from 1.8 acres? And who's going to take care of the mosquitoes? When we call the school, they refer us to the city, and the city refers us back to the schools. Don't forget, Colorado has one of the highest epidemics of West Nile. Please say no to this zoning proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dorothy Archer and Margaret Nelson on deck.
My name is Dorothy Archer, 3640 Marshall Street. Good evening, Mayor Starker and Council. I want to just reiterate, I'm very concerned about the drainage. Why? Because right behind me, 3-story houses and a high-rise for the senior citizen. The drainage was ignored when that was built. The first heavy rain they got, of course, filled the neighbor down the street's garden level. I think it's a responsibility of the developer to develop their own strain sewer drainage. Do not rely on a pond. That doesn't even make any sense. We're not opposed to this development. We're opposed to the density. So we're talking about developing Wheat Ridge, yes, but not at the expense of the existing homeowners who are already here. Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies. I skipped to Mr. Craig Aller, and you're up now, and I apologize. Mr. Aller? Is he here? Okay. Then our next speaker will be Margaret Nelson and Joanne Sorrentino on deck. Is Ms. Nelson here? This is Ms. Nelson. No? Okay. Joanne Sorrentino. And after Ms. Sorrentino is John Minshaw.
So my name is Joanne Sorrentino. I live at 4175 Teller Street. I want to echo so many of the things about this proposed development and rezoning. It has been poorly communicated to the neighbors. Not only that, you're looking at a street that is not able to accommodate what you're asking, what this developer wants to do. And if you don't ever drive on 38th at high peak times, 3:30 in the afternoon, or even try to go down Upham. You have no idea what this is going to cause, more congestion. Secondly, I think it's an insult that you have to, Jefferson County schools jumped at a chance to get their wastewater, their stormwater problem fixed. So the developer decided that he would take it on. That's not the way you fix a city's wastewater, stormwater. Why isn't the city taking this on? That is ridiculous. Secondly, and I don't appreciate people laughing about 38th Street and giving people their children walking to 38th Street. Tell me what there is for a child to do on 38th Street, except for certain events. Otherwise, it is. There's bars, there's shops that really need to be improved upon. I agree with that. But you haven't given enough good reasons for anybody with children to walk to 38th. People like homes with yards. Families with children like home with yards. You haven't given any dimensions on the yard that's in the center of that development. And secondly, how safe is that? I feel like this has been shoved at us and not very well communicated, and I oppose it. I oppose what you're planning because it looks good on paper, but I feel like that's not the image of what Wheat Ridge wants to maintain.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Minshall and Joe DeMott on deck.
Good evening. My name is John Minshall, M-I-N-S-H-A-L-L. I live at 16118 West 51st Lane in Golden. Been born and raised in Wheat Ridge. Grew up across the street from Councilwoman Christie here. We used to play kick the can under the street light. We go way back. I own the rental properties that are on the west side of Upham Street. There's a 43 unit there in the two and a 20 unit there. The 43 unit was built by my dad and my grandfather back in the early 60s or late 60s. And then when I graduated from college, my dad helped me build the 20 unit, which when I built, I moved in there. I lived there for 3 years. I managed the units. I took care of it. I've got a history on the street. It isn't something, that was over 35 years ago. When I look at the eyesores of those 4 properties, hands down, anything would be an improvement to that. I fully embrace that, but I think that is this the project that's the best project for that acreage? Man, I may not live on that street right now, but I'm there a lot. I'm there constantly visiting the properties. I know what it's like to get up and down the street. The street is highly inadequate. If a car's coming, you have to find an empty spot to pull over so they can get by, because it's just too tight to get 2 cars through there, and let alone a fire truck having to come down through there. Added people on the street, added residents, more cars on the street. We haven't even begun to see the effect that the 38th and Upham is going to create on traffic pattern there. If people want to go down Upham, they are, and it's a problem right now. It's hard to make a left-hand turn at either end, 44th or 38th, anywhere near rush hour or in the morning. If somebody's there to make a left-hand turn, it starts backing up traffic. You're having to deal with people picking their kids up and trying to get across. I'm just afraid that it's going to be a safety issue, that the traffic is going to get so backed up trying to get adequately across there that people are going to take chances. They're going to try to dart across. They just think it's going to create a public safety issue right there, especially with a school right there. My gosh. But I haven't heard a whole lot about this. I mean, Tony reached out to me this weekend and came over to my house in Golden and wanted to chat with me. And that's the first time I'd met him. And just one of the things, we just talked briefly because I was at dinner, but he says, well, this will increase property values there. And at some point, I guess for me, quality of life may be a more of an urgent need for me personally than property values increasing. I mean, just the added traffic congestion, the inadequacy of the street, all that stuff, that putting all that traffic right down in front of all the residential neighborhoods on the north. That's my biggest complaint. I look at what they do on the site and I look at the pictures and it looks nice and a heck of a lot better than what's there now. But I'm just worried about what happens off-site, what happens on the street. How do we accommodate that? And it's just, it's a difficult thing. And we already have a problem now, and I just believe it's going to be exacerbated by this and yet what we're going to get to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joe DeMott and Eric Heineke on deck.
Hi, all. My name is Joe DeMott, D-E-M-O-T-T, Wheat Ridge, Colorado. I I began talking about this with my business partners when this first came about. As you all know, I owned a couple of restaurants in town, as well as a few other businesses. I'm the current board chair of the Wheat Ridge Chamber of Commerce. I'm the president of the Wheat Ridge Business District. I'm a former city council meeting person. I'm a chair of the current chair of the Wheat Ridge Carnation Festival. But more importantly, I'm a lifelong Wheat Ridge resident. I don't say all of this stuff because I'm not here to brag about what I do. I'm here to tell you that I spend 100% of my energy, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, in this city and on this city and what goes on. I have over 125 employees, and my job as a business owner is to protect those employees and get business into my restaurants. I want to speak first as a business owner. I've heard a few people here today say there's a lot of businesses up and down these streets that need to improve their businesses. I agree. I too want to improve my business. I want to continually enhance. I want to continually update my business and my property, but I have this constant struggle of justifying costly improvements and upkeep with a flat return in sight. Don't forget, we live in Colorado. Colorado dictates our minimum wage and our wages. We live in Jefferson County, and they dictate my property taxes. We are compared with other cities in Colorado and other cities in Jefferson County when we are taxed on that and pay wages to our employees. And we don't have the benefit that other businesses have just across our city borders because we've had a height and density restriction, and developers haven't built here in the last decades. As a matter of fact, we've seen very few even new single-family homes until recently. We are just not realizing the benefits of the fastest growing economy I have ever seen in Colorado in my lifetime. We're simply, secondly, along with Clancy's, I own a second generation owner of a 55-year-old business, Pietro's Pizza. I have never in my 33 years of managing restaurants seen such a loyal customer base as some of these young folks are that are coming in these days. With all of these things, we need developments like this. We have a developer who has come in and said, normally what happens in Wheat Ridge, we have a height and density limit, see ya, and they're out. But we have someone here who is willing to come in, go through that, find a great development, great quality within that limit, and continue to push on and push on and push on, just like the business owners in here have. All righty. I just wanted to say I support this, and I commend these folks for doing the due diligence that they've had to do to get this going. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Heineke and Ted Whaley on deck. Mr. Heineke here? Mr. Heineke is not here. Our next speaker is Ted Whaley and Cindy Whaley on deck. Are the Whaleys here? It looks like they're... Okay. Our next speaker is Jeremy Cooper and Matt Kavanaugh on deck. Thank you. Matt Kavanaugh and Jenna Scudari. And I'm sorry if I didn't get the name right.
Good evening. Matt Kavanaugh, C-A-V-A-N-A-U-G-H, 3840 Dudley Street. Dear Council, I will admit I am a home builder and a land developer as well. I come here tonight. I know the applicant and have been watching him through the process. What I've seen out of this development from where he first started, I think it's an absolute monumental, feat that he's done to work with the system that he has been given, the guidelines that he has. As a developer and a home builder, we have rules that we follow. We have to use our due diligence. We have to go out there and sell a product to a group that wants to buy it. That's a big investment that we make, and a lot of time and effort goes into that. The outreach that he's done to the community, granted, it's not well received, I'm seeing, by a lot of the community, but I think that's a philosophy. What I see up here in Wheat Ridge is I see a group of citizens that love their town, but they're aging in place. They've been here for a long time, and this community, Wheat Ridge, is wanted so bad by so many people that live here in Colorado. We do a lot of work in Arvada, and we get trashed because we're Arvada. Maybe we're a different town like Lakewood would. But I'm telling you, we as a home builder developer, we want to invest in this town. This town, I think, has miles and miles of runway. I think it's the potential for restaurants, community, for just smart growth. The staff you have is doing a fabulous job. I would be very disappointed if you guys didn't support this project, and I fully support it, so thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Janice Scuderi. Okay, thank you. And our speaker on deck is Neil Shea.
Hi, Janice Scuderi, Scuderi. I live at 9960 West 34th Drive in Wheat Ridge. I've sat here and I've listened to the arguments of the residents who live directly surrounding this area, and it's of concern to me because I drive through the area all of the time. I use 38th Avenue all of the time. I also watch these kinds of developments from my little perch halfway up Kipling there because the construction is ongoing, and I look toward how it may affect my living circumstances and what I consider my immediate neighborhood. I do want to say that for anybody who is struck by the fact, any of my neighbors, that you have never heard enough about these kinds of developments, that's not really a surprise. These kinds of vision plans and so forth are ubiquitous across the country. It may even extend more toward a sort of a global agenda. And so if you are interested in this and continuing to defend your rights as homeowners, look to the work of Rosa Corey, who did a lot of work in California and successfully against vision plans, because this is not the genesis of an idea of anybody who, is just in our little community, but it's quite a bit bigger than that. So in order to stand up for ourselves, if you have a dog in this fight, which homeowners do, you're going to need to look a little further. I didn't expect to speak extemporaneously tonight on this, but the arguments that people are bringing up about the drainage and so forth, I think those are very valid. I think that in general, driving on 38th is a nightmare right now. All we need is more cars, more traffic, and the arguments have been made, and so I support the residents around that area for that reason. Also in California, I had spent some time in the Urban and Regional Planning Department at San Jose State during the early 90s. I saw a lot of regret that happened because of whole cloth change of neighborhoods, particularly of scraping existing homes and bringing in high density housing. So, and all you need to do is look at the monstrosities that are going up all around Denver, and even the new buildings around the bank there at 38th and 38th and Wads. I mean, to me, they are unsightly. This particular development, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, is not the ugliest overpriced set of cracker boxes that I've ever seen. But, just because it's a bit nicer than what you were calling slot homes, which I also known by the name of stack and pack housing, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily a good use of that property. And I would say, you know, that the arguments that have made so far, at least for toning down the development to a degree, would probably be a better idea. It seems like that's a much saner idea than what this is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Neil Shea, and it looks like Lynn Dollar on deck.
Thank you, Council. Neil Shea, I am one of the applicants, and I reside at 1625 South Lincoln Street in Denver, Colorado. Future Wheat Ridge resident, hopefully, and by the way, I do have a 7-year-old, or a 7-month-year-old son who will be moving in with me. So right now, I just want to read a couple of letters of support that some of the property owners adjacent to our project have sent us, and they are on record. This first one is from Rhonda Norman. She's a homeowner and resides at 4110 Upham Street. Dear council members, I'm sure the Wheat Ridge City Council and its zoning and building departments have much to consider when evaluating the city's development and growth. In my opinion, this project's size, architectural elements, building arrangement, and response to infrastructure issues indicate that the developer and the city have been sensitive to the potential for negative outcomes triggered by rapid growth and as encountered by neighboring municipalities. In addition, the developer and city representatives have been quick to respond directly, openly, and at length to citizens' concerns. For example, the city has taken pains to reassure the community that PRD zoning designation is site and project specific and not to be seen as a first step to blanket rezoning of other residential areas of the city. Wheat Ridge will be well served by this new housing now and in the future. The shortage of housing in the metropolitan area has driven up land and development costs to the point that it is unlikely the 4 small aging rentals in question could be redeveloped into anything other than multifamily units. In addition, the project's location between an established single-family and multifamily neighborhood and a major transportation hub offers easy pedestrian access to a variety of shopping and mass transportation opportunities. More and more urban homeowners, from young families to retirees, prefer this sort of pedestrian-friendly neighborhood. As a result, this project has the potential to help revitalize nearby centers. It is my considered opinion that the approval of the rezoning request and the proposed project are in the best interest of Wheat Ridge. And then I have another one from a woman across the street, which may not be uploading, but I think you get the point. There are people adjacent to us that are for it. And by the way, I want to clear the record. I do not have a yacht. I have a 1999 Toyota 4Runner. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lynn Dollar. Before you start speaking, I want to, my counsel is getting anxious because the clock is striking 11 o'clock, and I want to go to what the rules say about the time of adjournment. At 11 p.m., the City Council shall continue action on the agenda item then under discussion and shall adjourn the meeting. Well, it goes on to say, number 2, prior to adjournment, the City Council may take any of the following actions, and there's 3 other actions that we can take when we finish this agenda item. So when we finish this agenda item, we will deal with the time of adjournment. So, Ms. Dollar?
You need a motion. Mr. Mayor, you need a motion to go past 11.
No, ma'am, I do not. I've just read the rule, and it says that at 11 o'clock we'll continue with the item until it's done. Please continue, ma'am.
Cinderella, I guess. Okay.
Actually, my name is Terry Dahlbeck. I don't know how you read Lynn Dollar, but must be.
I'm sorry. Please continue.
Is that correct? I live at 3810 Garrison, and I was contacted just recently about this proposal, and I really do have a concern about this type of high density, and especially when it's supposed to be single-family homes. It's going to more than double the number of single-family homes in that particular area, and nobody has really said the size of the units, how many bedrooms. The thing that seemed very concerning was this center park. When I looked on what I could tell, I could see it was being 5 by 6 feet, maybe 11 by 18. I'm not really sure how it's set up because how much of the parking overruns this little center that they say is going to be a center for at least 38 people, if not 76 people, to have evidently a party or something. The homes face each other and their little front porches seem to be very, very close to each other. And I don't know that people enjoy sitting on their front porch 10 or 15 feet away from the other people across the way sitting on their front porch. It just doesn't seem like the type of development that fits with what people who for years have wanted in the city of Wheat Ridge, which is urban, rural development, not high-density urban development. Working in Denver, people there are getting very, very fed up with this high-density type of development that's happening. It makes it very unpleasant to live there, and they're starting to look for other places. So evidently, Wheat Ridge has become one of those. The reason that we did incorporate actually, was to avoid this type of becoming a Denver zoned community. We wanted a zoned community that was open lands, more rural, single-family homes with some sort of yard. I've heard many people speak tonight, and they're not very concerned about R3 density, which this could still be a PRD, but with the 22 units, some people may not like that, but most people seem to be in favor of that. But this 38 unit, which covers almost the complete property, from top to bottom, and is 3 stories high, it just shades the nearby properties only 5 feet from the school district. How do we know that in the future the school district won't need to build up closer to that property line, and they will have this 3 feet of residential single-family, evidently homes with, I don't know who's going to be living in them. I haven't heard anything about the Fair Housing Act and the fact that some of these units are going to have to be done under that for people with disability. I don't see any of that in the plan that I could tell. I tried to look at it on a line that somebody had here of the residential development, and I believe that at least 1 out of every 4 units has to be completely disability accessible, and I haven't heard anything about that. I believe that children that might try to live in this place, you're really creating a project here, a government-sponsored project. It sounds like it, because everything that the government has put in here has been supportive of the developer, and none of the negatives of this have been put into any of the city's presentations that I've heard tonight. And it doesn't seem to me that it's the type of development. Nobody in Wheat Ridge that I've talked to is happy about the Depew development along close to Sheridan there that shades the road, other than maybe the people that live there. And this is a very similar type of thing. The drainage issue is a huge issue for you to vote on. It should never be allowed to put water onto somebody else's land and then leave it for some homeowners association eventually to have to deal with this. They could suddenly have a huge, huge bill to pay for that type of program. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd ask you to vote no.
That concludes all of the people that I have signed up to speak. Is there anyone here who would like to speak who was not signed up to speak? Please come to the podium and introduce yourself and give us your address. And continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I saw no more spots to sign up on your list tonight. My name is Raleigh Sorrentino, ROLLY-SORRENTINO. I live at 4175 Teller Street in Wheat Ridge. I'm a property owner and taxpayer in this city of Wheat Ridge. I'm a fourth generation Sorrentino in this area. My great-grandfather was here in this area before Colorado was a state. That's well over 120 years ago. I guess I'm one of those old people, that the first one that came up tonight with the little girl. I'm at the other end of the spectrum now. I attended grade school here at Stevens, which we all called Reed Street at that time, and later Wheat Ridge Junior High and Wheat Ridge High Schools. I was in the first graduating class that went 3 years at the new Wheat Ridge High School. I really would prefer not to be here tonight, but I am here because I have to be here. And this is because I like Wheat Ridge. I do like Wheat Ridge. My wife and I have lived here for decades. Let me repeat, I like Wheat Ridge. I like Wheat Ridge more than Brett Kavanaugh likes beer. I'm here tonight as a tax-paying, voting citizen and neighbor to express my disapproval of the proposed rezoning of those 4 individual properties on the 4,000 block of Upham Street from R3 to planned residential development. I am present here tonight to hopefully persuade a sufficient number of you council members to vote no tonight on this proposal, which includes 3 individual cases. I don't know how you can handle that. I hope I can here tonight provide this council with necessary and sufficient information upon which this council can base an informed decision and reach a conclusion to justify a vote of no on this application for rezoning to PRD. There are a number of issues I wish to address. Notice, I did not receive proper timely notice for this upcoming project. I live on property within 300 feet of this proposed development. However, I did not receive any notice of this project until I received the first letter notice for the Planning Commission meeting of February 7th. I did not receive notice of the public hearing of January 18th. I also received a second letter notice erroneously dated March 27th, 2019. I understand proper notice is a responsibility of city staff. Density. The development of 38 townhomes on 2 acres of land is located in a residential area on a residential street where it simply does not belong. Individual residential homes currently exist on these 4 properties. This proposal means placing 38 residential townhomes on property where currently and for the last 7 or more decades, only 4 individual residential homes existed. This is simply an unacceptable increase in residential density on that small amount of property. If this would happen, this would be more than double the number of residential dwellings on Upham Street that currently exist between 38th and 44th. This would significantly change the overall character of the neighborhood. Infrastructure. Currently, there is insufficient infrastructure to support this project at this location, specifically with respect to stormwater runoff. Currently, there are no storm drains at that location on Upham. This developer's proposal includes a tentative agreement with Jefferson County Public Schools to route stormwater east from this project onto the school property, currently occupied by Stevens and Sobeski. This potential relationship established between the developer and Jefferson Schools can simply can be represented by an offer that the school district could not refuse. And but for this offer from the developer made to Jefferson Schools, well, I object to a limit of 3 minutes because this is a quasi-judicial hearing. You're supposed to hear all the facts. And I would ask the attorney to rule on this.
Mr. Sorrentino, the rules specify that when we have this many people speaking, that the time may be limited for public comment.
Well, I respectfully ask for a few more minutes. There's about 3 or 4 people that left here that wanted to give me their time, but they left because one of them was feeling bad and the others just gave up at the time limit. So I'm asking.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sorrentino. I really want to follow the rules. Thank you for helping us do that.
I got my last sentence here. In summary, there's a lot of stuff here. In summary, this is the wrong project at the wrong location at the wrong time.
Thank you.
So please vote no.
Is there anyone here who is not signed up to speak who would like to speak on this matter?
My name is Odarka Figlus, and my address is 10580 West 34th Avenue. I would like to speak in support of the neighbors. I drove by there and I saw that, as it was already mentioned, that there was only one sign on one property. I wonder how many people realize that there were actually 4 properties that were under the rezoning here. I don't know how that works out and why each property wasn't noticed. But anyway, I support the neighbors. I think this is way too much density, and saying that you have a yard if you're planning to astroturf it isn't a good idea. Burdening some future homeowners association with maintaining drainage on somebody else's property doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, we all know that people sometimes fall on hard times, and all of a sudden their HOA fees could skyrocket because of something that they have no control over. What about those families then? It's just not a good idea. That's what I have to say, and I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Mr. Sorrentino, please.
I'm sorry, the rules specify that you may only speak one time in the hearing. Is there anyone here who is not signed up who would like to speak? Please, sir, come to the... Have you spoken on this item?
Well, I spoke first, but it was on, you said it was supposed to be on things that were not on the agenda, and I didn't realize it.
That's a different thing. Please speak. Give us your name.
Again, my name is Robert Moore, and I do not live in Wheat Ridge. I grew up in Wheat Ridge. My parents moved to 3900 Upham in 1955, and we owned several properties in Wheat Ridge. And I've been very disappointed in how Wheat Ridge has gone downhill. This project, as I can see from what the developers have talked about, has off-street parking for the people that live there, unlike the 60 units across the street where there's no off-street parking, the 60 apartment units across the street. This is a planned unit development. This reminds me of what my parents were looking for when they came to raise their children, all 4 of them in Wheat Ridge. Young couples will raise their children. This is the 21st century. Things are a little bit different, because I can remember when Wheat Ridge Ranch Market is where the Burger King is now at 38th and Wadsworth. So things have changed. I think this is a development is going to improve Wheat Ridge for a long period of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here tonight who is not signed up who would like to speak on this matter? Please come forward and let us have your name and address.
Hello, I'm Dane Hinshaw. I live on 4045 Upham Street. And, you know, we've heard a lot of things about how basically, you know, having this like huge density in a very small area would negatively affect the neighborhood as a whole, and I have to agree with that wholeheartedly. I've lived on this street on Upham for my entire life, and I want to point out that, you know, the crowding on Upham as a result of all these new people would kind of, you know, would likely have the opposite effect of its, you know, intention. We've heard that the market for these houses are for, you know, young couples, maybe with children. And I would kind of like to point out that maybe, you know, having, you know, young couples would want someone maybe somewhere with, you know, cheaper prices, easier transportation, not just through, you know, having your own car and commuting, but also for public transportation. And having this many people trying to go every different way possible would just oversaturate this neighborhood, you know, out of proportion. And by making these large, you know, overpopulation houses would essentially limit the access that any young families would have to either public transportation or, you know, commuting transportation. So I would propose that you would vote against this proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who is not signed up to speak tonight who would like to speak? Mr. Clark?
I'll give you 3 minutes. So I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Sorrentino for my 3 minutes. If you don't allow that, I can just stand here for 3 minutes and stare at you. But either way, I don't care which way. Or I could read Mr. Sorrentino's, the rest of his letter. It's up to you guys.
The rule, well, let's just go and read the rule. How about that?
All right, let's read the rule. Is this on my time?
This is rule number Roman numeral 2 under citizens' right to speak. A, citizens' right to speak. Number 2, B, for agenda items. A citizen may speak once for each agenda item for any length of time unless time is limited by the presiding officer at the beginning.
So you've limited the time to 3 minutes.
I did.
Mr. Sorrentino can only speak once. I spoke on public's right, but I can now speak on this one, correct?
You certainly may.
All right, great. But if you don't want to let me yield my time, that's fine.
He's just choosing to be an ass.
Mr. Clark, I'm only quoting the rules.
That's fine, Mayor. I understand that. And I'm trying to play by the rules. Doesn't seem like anybody really wanted to play by the rules on the earlier deal, on my Tabor deal, so I'm good with it. You know, I really don't think you guys understand how filthy, stinky this looks when the city runs like this. It just stinks to high heaven. And I mean, these people out here see it, and the people on TV see it. So maybe you don't want to get reelected, I don't know. But man, you know, you want to play by the rules, so do I. And I think I did. I think I played by the rules very well. The rules on the Tabor deal, we'll have that conversation again later. But it just stinks to high heaven. You guys got to understand that. So I think everybody in Wheat Ridge sees this. So, thanks for my time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who has not signed up to speak on this item who would like to speak? This is a consolidated hearing. We're speaking on item 4, 5, and 6. Okay, then we will conclude the public comment portion. Ms. Michalak, does the city or the applicant wish to make any further comments at this time?
I don't have any additional comments unless there are questions. I think the applicant would like to respond to some of the public comment.
Okay, the applicant may respond to the...
Thanks for everybody's patience tonight. Obviously, a lot of concern all across the city. Let me get this out here. There we go. You know, I'm not going to address individuals. You know, but I think there's a couple themes and topics that I think we'll answer. Hopefully, many of the questions from the public tonight and concerns. You know, on notification, you know, I'm going to defer that obviously to Lauren and her team. You know, this project sits in an area that you know that has some large properties around it. So it's not surprising to me that a lot of the folks that showed up tonight didn't hear about this. It's just they're outside of the what do you call it, the directed influenced area. You know, we have you know, gone through our due process and reached out, and you know, some folks I didn't go up to this weekend, but that was because they never showed up to anything else, and I tried and I tried. You know, we reached out to those that cared, and those that wanted to learn, and those that wanted to have influence. So, traffic. Upham is definitely, you know, has parking on both sides right now. Our project will widen the street, create actually additional on-street parking because of the new configuration. Right now, there's 4 driveway cuts, and you know, we're reducing it down to 2. So we're actually making it more efficient. Our traffic study, you know, wasn't warranted. You know, warranted is under the threshold for a full-blown traffic study. But if you look at our peak hour traffic, it's it generates 1 car every 3 minutes coming out of this project during rush hour. I think that's very manageable. You're not going to see, you know, maybe there's 2 cars. So very light. Parking is a multiple bunches of factors that go into parking. You know, we have worked with staff. We have very large size homes. I would say 16 to 1,800 square feet, 2 and 3 bedrooms. These are not, you know, when you think of density, cramming a bunch of small units into a project, that's density, right? These are very large, well-sized homes for families, plenty of room to live, attached 2-car garage. A lot of the projects around and across the street don't have attached parking. It's surface parking. And that's, you know, some of these older projects are probably part of the parking problem. I can't fix that. The next component, you know, we exceed the R3 standards on our parking per unit. So, you know, it doesn't matter how many units are on there, we're exceeding the per unit requirement for parking, period. The stormwater. I mean, I tried to show tonight, there was a lot of questions on that. I think it's a very effective use of both regional and private infrastructure. I mean, the school has a substandard facility. We're making great improvements to that. There was no dollars exchanged. I mean, there's some misnomer that we, you know, cut some, you know, shady deal. We're building them a new fence. We're improving the basin to modern standards. They're letting us tie into it. Yes, we're going to maintain it. We're proposing a metro district on this project. It's actually much, much stronger than an HOA board. Metro districts are, you know, quasi-governmental agencies. They have large reserves. You know, they're paid by property taxes. Okay, so any foreclosure, I mean, property taxes always get paid. HOAs, you know, liens, things like that take a little bit of a back seat. So we feel it's a very strong mechanism for long-term maintenance. It's the best agreement, and it's fully signed. There's no tentative agreement. This thing is done, approved. The district is looking at it as a very strong mutual benefit, you know, and obviously cost savings for them. I mean, they're not paying for long-term maintenance. We'll take over that. It's a big cost and a big obligation. All those pipes, all that work, you know, that's part of the process. There was a question, good question about the ADA accessible, you know, type units. We have 18 of those in the project, so it's a good question, good detail. 18 of those in the project, scattered throughout the land plan. Quick answer on density. I mean, that's really the heart of the issue tonight. We have the benefit of not having to have a storm basin on our site, and it's quite frankly that. If I were to remove 2, I mean, you saw the size of the basin on this graphic here. Okay, I mean, you know, if we put our required basin onto our site, we're losing 2 or 3 buildings. The density becomes 12 to the acre. Okay, so our density is just a math number. It doesn't change the look of the project. The units along Upham and the configuration there, that's probably not going to change. I would just have 12 units to the acre, and I would be double utilizing space for a basin. So we have a very you know, creative solution. It's a private, you know, public partnership with the school district. It works for everybody's benefit. So yes, we get more units out of the project, but it helps us just justify the immense cost. We have, I mean, there's aging infrastructure up and down the streets. The sewer and the water lines are very old. We have to bring tons of infrastructure into the project. I mean, subdivision size infrastructure for all the different departments. So that's how we can make this thing work. To burden our site with a basin, I mean, yeah, the project wouldn't look the same, it wouldn't feel the same, but it would still be the same height, the same elevations. You know, we'd squeeze a park in there, it wouldn't be as big. But that I think is the crux of it. I mean, we have 100% approval from Planning Commission. I mean, we've worked hard to make a quality project here. We comply with the comprehensive plan, the mixed use. I mean, this is what the city's been asking for in this area. And I can't think of another location that couldn't make this work as well. I mean, staff support has looked at all the issues. They've supported us as well. We've anticipated all the issues that have come up tonight, I think, very well. So I can't solve the platform of just anti-rezone, anti-growth. There is a lot of sentiment there. I think this project doesn't work in other parts of the city, but it works here. So,
thank you.
Open for any questions.
Okay, I'm going to open this up to questions from council for staff or the applicant. Start with Mr. Keeter.
This is for Lauren, I think, that since there's a different voting standard for the zoning portion versus the other two portions, if the zoning were not to pass, are the other two portions or other two items moot?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Urban.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question is for staff, possibly Lauren. As it relates to the drainage on the school property, is there a recorded easement or any other kind of encumbrance on the school property relative to this drainage?
Yes.
Okay. And then as far as the Envision Wheat Ridge document, as you look at the specific map, if you will, you mentioned the dots around the various symbols, but if I look at that area of Upham Street, it appears that the neighborhood buffer category is on the west side of Upham, but not on the east side of Upham. And looking at the desire to have a variety of housing types is more in the neighborhood buffer category versus in the neighborhood category. And so I guess my question is, as it relates to the adherence to the Envision Wheat Ridge plan, is how does this proposed development adhere to the neighborhood aspect of the Envision Wheat Ridge plan as opposed to the neighborhood buffer area plan, which in my mind it fits more into that neighborhood buffer category as opposed to the neighborhood category, and based on the map and its location, it appears it's in the neighborhood. So how does this adhere to that Envision Wheat Ridge document?
Sure. So first, the structure map is never intended to be a parcel-based land use map. Maybe in hindsight, it would have made sense to use gradients where sort of boundaries meet boundaries, right? In general, a healthy community has a diversity of household types and housing options, and your adopted plans call for that diversity. And in general, that map that you're referencing is intended to be used as guidance for where areas would be more or less appropriate to make these kinds of investments. So by the strict reading of that as a parcel-based map, it shows it in the yellow, but the intent there and included in sort of the boundary of the mixed-use town center, the subject property is included in the boundary of the mixed-use town center. So I think it's meant to be, again, not a parcel-based map. It's a housing option in a residential area that has a mix of housing options in an area that's immediately proximate to commercial corridors and in a town center. So it's going to be impossible in this community to fully separate single-family detached from apartments, from townhomes, from commercial uses. And I think the designations in that particular map are intended to show that it's going to be a mix of uses.
Okay, and then in the 38th sub-area plan, there's a mention of the Wadsworth Town Center subdistrict as a proposed subdistrict. Do we have a Wadsworth Town Center subdistrict? I didn't see any. I saw it in the 38th Avenue sub-area plan as a proposed district, but I don't see any documents relating to a town center sub-district as a standalone document of any kind. Do we?
So the 38th Avenue plan is focused on the uses along 38th Avenue, so it doesn't elaborate a lot on the Wadsworth, as you've observed, Wadsworth corridor. Wadsworth has its own sub-area plan that calls for a mix of densities of uses. I believe that sub-area plan predates the comp plan, so we defer back to the comp plan for its designation of Wadsworth as the town center.
Okay. And so my main concern about this is, and I appreciate your responses to this, but as it relates to the Envision Wheat Ridge documents and the 38th sub-plan, is that for the most part, and even the Wadsworth plan that was, sub-area plan that was drafted in 2007, I believe, all these three documents don't really focus on this particular area. And as staff mentioned, it would be nice if there was a gradient, but the colors on these buttons up here aren't graded. They are green, red, and yellow. We can only choose between green and red. It's binary. And so in my mind, it's either a yes or a no. And I'd love nothing more than to support more development in this area, because I think that having development closer to the major corridors is important for our city as far as keeping our neighborhoods intact. But when we come to comprehensive plans and we come to where things should be and shouldn't be, in my mind, this particular density is just too much for this particular side of Upham, and especially as it relates to the R3 zone district. This does appear to be somewhat of a sidestep into the PRD away from the R3, and as the neighbors mentioned, they are not against development. If this was a somewhat lesser dense project, there wouldn't be the amount of opposition. There would still be opposition, but there just wouldn't be as much. And so I don't feel like this meets that comprehensive plan, and therefore I will not be voting for it.
Additional questions for staff? Mr. Matthews.
I have several comments. I read here, utility districts can serve the property with improvements installed at the developer's expense. And the developer tells us that those improvements are so expensive, that's why he needs to build a lot of homes. It's the fact that he's building a lot of homes in one place is what's causing the need to improve the utilities. It's kind of a double-edged sword there in a gotcha. So I'm not going to cry a tear over that, because if we had maintained closer to the density of what's there, extensive utility improvements wouldn't be required. One of the reasons I ran for council almost 4 years ago is that an existing council member at the time told me that if I was against high density, I must be for blight. It was black and white. Either I was for blight or I was for high density. There couldn't be any in between. And we were actually specifically referencing on that conversation a site out on 38th Avenue at Fireside. And the push was to put high density in that, what used to be a cornfield. Well, we didn't put high density in there, and I'm pretty pleased with what we did end up with. I'd like to see even more side lots on those homes, but Fireside's a very gracious and beautiful addition to our community. The problem with high density, and I keep harping on this, is that you can't outrun the math. When you start going up in the air, you increase your density and your needs by the cube. Your infrastructure, at best, maybe the first time that you improve your infrastructure, can increase at best by the square. If you have 2 lanes, maybe you can go to 4. You increase it by the square. After that, it's just like Wadsworth. We have 4 lanes. We can't go to 8. We can only go to 3. But as people keep building up in the air, they increase our density by the cube. And you can't outrun the math. And that's one of the reasons I'm against high density. It catches you. And what's going to happen here is this development will probably, if I can count my votes right here, go through tonight. But there'll be these townhomes here. Well, the person that lives next to them isn't probably going to build a big single-family house next to all these townhouses. So the next 3 or 4 lots will get bought and sold and consolidated, and then we'll have another 38 units, and then another 38 units. And in the long run, you just cannot support that kind of high density in this situation. It's impossible. And I think maybe you've done a nice job of trying to keep everybody happy there, but I'm looking at the long run here. And in the long run, it's going to hurt us. And if you have, just by adding your one development, we have to upgrade the utilities, what happens for the next one? And the next one? And the next one? Now, one of the other things I've completely harped about is traffic. You tell me you've got a lot of 3-bedroom homes, but you've only got rooms for parking at each unit for two cars. Where's Junior going to park his hot rod? I have rentals near my house that have 4 cars per unit. And luckily they can park in their driveways.
Mr. Matthews, we're in a question and answer period now. Would you like the applicant to answer that question?
Okay, where's Junior going to park his car? On the street?
I'm happy to address it. We only have 8 3-bedroom homes.
And the rest are?
2-bedroom. 2-bedroom.
And do you know what is the average automobile ownership per household in this country?
I'm going to let you tell me.
2 1/4. And how many places do you have for that extra quarter car to park?
Actually, our parking ratio, I believe, is 2.34, so we should cover that.
8 units?
No, that's over the whole project, per unit. That's on a per unit basis.
That's what I'm saying, but 2 of them are in the units. Where's the other quarter car going to park?
We have guests, let me go over here, hang on a second.
You have 8 spaces, as I've been told, as I recall.
There are 9 off-street parkings around the park, and there are 8 on-street parking spots.
On-street is on Upham?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, you know, you just talked about you were going to widen Upham, but now you're parking 8 cars out there.
We are doing both. We are widening the sidewalk, we're widening the street frontage.
It just doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. I'm not saying you're bad guys, but it's just a slippery slope. And this isn't the place for us to put high density. I said I could support it elsewhere, but not here.
Thank you. Mr. Pond?
Thank you. A couple of questions. Coming back to the drainage, and I don't know if this is for the applicant or staff, but it sounds like obviously this is not only in agreement with the school district, but that urban drainage is involved in this, or at least you're needing to bring these devices up to standard. Is that correct?
Yes, we, currently that basin is functioning, below modern performance standards. The infrastructure is aged. From the outlet structure, the 24-inch line that runs out to Reed Street is more than adequate to handle, the future and our project. That's been well engineered and thought through. So our approach to that is yes, once we go in there and touch the basin, we wouldn't just do minimal improvements that would only satisfy our needs. We're actually working on, clearing out trees and thinning out the process. I mean, that basin's been untouched for 25 years. So we're doing, extensive work outside of the little grading area, which is needed to just create volume. It's just a volume area. So we're actually over-engineering that basin. So there's, a long livelihood for this, for the district. And, in any worst-case situation, we're protecting, public health, safety, and welfare. Someone brought that up earlier, but that's what we're doing.
Thank you. And the other one was just on traffic. Just a reminder on the thresholds for studying and how we approach traffic as part of these proposals.
We typically look at the traffic generated from the development, and a traffic count of about 60 trips during the peak hour is what triggers a more detailed study. I think this site was generating 20 trips during the peak rush hour, 1 hour period. So I think, as Tony mentioned, that's about a car every 3 minutes on average. And Public Works thought that impact would be pretty much negligible. And I'd just like to add something on the drainage. This is actually what we'd prefer to see, this regional solution to a detention pond rather than having an individual pond at every site. We're able to just have this one pond and kind of combine them. So it's actually a good solution.
Thank you. Ms. Hoppy?
Can you guys go over the noticing process, when it begins, where it goes, the steps that it goes through, please?
Sure. So prior to submittal of any zone change application, a neighborhood meeting is required, and letter notice is sent first class mail to any property owner and physical address, so tenant, within 600 feet of the boundary of the entire property. As soon as we receive an official application, that application is posted to the city's website. We have an active land use case map. And then the next public notification doesn't happen until hearing. So prior to both the Planning Commission hearing and the City Council hearing, there's a requirement for a sign posted, one per property, one per frontage, street frontage, and a letter notice, in this case, goes to every property owner within 300 feet. Those noticing requirements are all set by code. In this case, we had originally scheduled this item for a different council date, and when we changed it, we sent another mailing, so there's one additional mailing as compared with the traditional zone change. There's not a neighborhood meeting requirement for the specific development plan or the plat, but as you've seen, because they've tracked together, they have been the topic of conversation through that neighborhood meeting as well.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to make sure I get this right when I summarize. So the first thing that happens is a letter is sent to all properties within 600 feet?
Properties and property owners, yes.
Properties and property owners. And then the application is posted to the website?
Yes.
Does it say in the letter at some point the application will be posted to the website when the application comes in?
No, we mention it in person at the neighborhood meeting, that staff can be contacted or the website would have an update as to the status of the project.
Then we put the sign in front of the property. It's the big yellow one that says, if you don't like this, come on this date to this place?
Yes.
And then after we put in the sign, we send a letter to 300 feet. Property owners only, or all properties?
Property owners only. Those letters are coordinated and sent at the same time as the sign being posted.
Okay. And this is what is currently in our codes and regulations?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Davis?
So I just have a couple items because I know it's getting late. And I think I turned into pumpkin. So one thing is I did receive a letter late, and I did submit it to the clerk. It was a letter from Christine Disney, which I have later found out that I can't read based off the rules. So I can't read it out loud, but it has been submitted in support of this. So I just want to say for anyone who would like to read that later, it is in there. And it came in late. And then I guess my other question or clarification is this is zoned R3. So although we have 3 homes there, we could have the potential for 22 homes there.
Yes.
Or 22 units of some sort. Obviously not homes. Well, I guess it could be homes, but townhome type of things. And I guess my thought is I want to thank you for the explanation around some of the space and the drainage, and that's perhaps why we could put some more there. But I guess from a traffic perspective, I would ask our city planners, yes, there is a difference between 22 and the amount proposed, but at least what I'm thinking, the difference is nominal. I guess, when I hear traffic, people's concerns of traffic, I think we're all concerned of traffic. It doesn't matter if it's this unit or everybody moving into the state of Colorado. I think there's concerns, but I'm not sure if it's this development plan or an R3. I think the traffic would be similar. Would you say the same?
I think we would agree. Traffic is relative, right? Any traffic on any street that's not you or your neighbor is felt and perceived. I think in this case, Upham is also feeling the impacts of the traffic from West End 38, right? It's a super block. There's no other alternative routes. I think, frankly, you know, you've heard us say Wadsworth is bad now. It's going to get worse during construction, and then we hope it will get a lot better. That same pattern will be felt by the similar parallel routes on both the east and west sides of Wadsworth. So Upham will feel like it has traffic on it, but it has sufficient capacity as a local street. There's not a need to widen Upham to have more than one lane in each direction. We've ensured that it has the width that's required by fire to be able to respond to emergencies, and that they've dedicated the width to allow for safe on-street parking.
And we've checked with our, I mean, I know we checked with all our services, and they're fine with this development as well, which would include fire.
Correct.
Mr. Matthews?
I have a question for planning. How many developments similar to this one would we have to propose to build on Upham before the street would fail? And at what point in time would we say, nope, that's enough?
We have not projected that number.
So tomorrow, the next 4 lots go up for sale and someone wants to put a PRD there with another 38 units that come before us? At what point in time does that street fail? Do you have any ideas? It's a 2-lane residential street. How much traffic can it support?
That we don't know that answer right now, but if another development were to go in, we would take a closer look, understanding that this development just went in, and we would analyze that accordingly. And at some point, whether it's 1 more or 3 more, we would say no more.
Which brings me to the point that the council really needs to consider how we're taking a look at development in this city so that we can do it comprehensively and not on a first-come, first-served basis. Because once you put the first one there, someone's going to want to put a second one there. And at some point in time, the street's going to fail. And I say stop it now.
Thank you, Ms. Dozeman.
So I'll direct this at staff first. The traffic study and the traffic count, is that in conjunction with the current project that's underway on 38th and Upham? Are you taking that increased traffic into consideration as well?
Yes.
So the numbers reflect both projects at this time?
38th and Upham had to do a more comprehensive traffic analysis than this project because of by virtue of it having significantly more units, but we are looking at this comprehensively.
Okay, and so I'll direct this to the developer. So it's zoned R3, that would allow for about 22 units. Why 38 as opposed to 22?
Good question. Get you over the site plan. We looked at a couple of things. 22 units could not support the infrastructure for this project. The aging infrastructure in the street of Upham, it's over 100 years old. 22 units would still require this loop road here that's required by the fire department. Okay, that's their fire access. It's our water loop. We have to have a loop system. Can't just do a tap or a single tap into an old line and build a 6-plex. Okay, that's a slot home. Okay, so this is large-scale infrastructure. Whether or not we had the basin off-site or on-site, there's still those infrastructure costs for outlets, infrastructure, and piping along those lines. So we looked at creating the diversity, an ample project size. 22 units, if you look at these units would have to be $700,000. It doesn't make sense. So having an affordable price point is the target of this project. We want to be in the mid 400s, which is market. Thrive and, the Yarrow Gardens project, that's a very similar price point, albeit very similar product. So that is the target market, as someone referenced earlier. We're delivering,
even more dense,
in my opinion, much more landscaping, much more amenities. So, the density, albeit it's a number, it's an easy grab as far as what does it mean, what does it impact? 16 more units, again, I could take out 2 of these buildings, put my basin on site, meet the density requirements, but the project doesn't look any different. The infrastructure costs are the same. So what we're doing is creating, able to spread the maintenance costs of the basin, the park facilities, those all come down for the homeowner. It actually improves the marketability and the financeability for an independent homeowner. So we're still able to deliver even with 38 units, a above average square footage. Okay, these are not small units. Density, if it's pushed too hard, creates compromise. And I don't see anywhere in this project where we're compromising. Extra landscaping, extra parking, extra square footage. I mean, there's no compromise that I see. So,
thank you. Before I close the public hearing and ask for a motion and council discussion, does any council member have any further questions of the applicant and staff?
Question.
Ms. Weaver.
Could you address the AstroTurf question? Is there AstroTurf in the park?
Not in the park. Let me get to the front yard slide.
And could you just talk about the dimensions of the park as well? I think that was...
Yes. It's about 3,000 square feet, Julie, is that right? About 3,000 square feet. And it's a square, so here we go. Here's the front patios. What we envision and would like to propose is, three variations. There's the AstroTurf is one of 3 variations we would ultimately offer a homeowner, and that would be just like a little. And the reason why is maintenance. The common area throughout the project will be maintained, covenant-controlled community, as well as a landscaping. It's inside the fence is going to be maintained as well by the covenant controls. So the district will maintain private and public space throughout the community. Having a little swath of real grass made it a challenge, for lawnmowers and things like that. So we're offering a patio deck kind of solution, which would be a hardscape surface, one more of an impervious surface, like a crusher fine type of process. It's like a more natural, environmentally friendly patio solution. And the third was going to be the AstroTurf, kind of like a small dog park. If you have a small pet and you want to let them out there, they have a place to go that's controlled.
But those were in the private spaces?
Those are just in the private spaces.
Okay,
yeah.
and
the rest of the community is all going to be watered and maintained.
The community park that is in the center, that's real grass?
That's real grass.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, before I close the public hearing, are there any further questions of the applicant or staff? I'm going to close the public hearing. And a motion is in order.
Thank you. So, let's see.
And we're just motioning
on the one
at a time.
Okay, so I move to approve Council Bill number 02-2019, an ordinance approving the rezoning of property located at 4,000 to 4066 Upham Street from residential 3 R3 to planned residential development PRD with approval of an outline development plan on second reading, and that it take effect 15 days after final publication for the following reasons. The Planning Commission has recommended approval of the rezoning after conducting a proper public hearing. The proposed rezoning has been reviewed by the Community Development Department, which has forwarded its recommendation for approval. The proposed rezoning, The proposed rezoning has been found to comply with the criteria for review in Section 26-303 of the Code of Laws.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Davis and a second by Ms. Hoppy. Now, a discussion on the motion. Ms. Dozeman.
Yes, so overall, I have been in favor of both of the development proposals that have come out in front of us today. What I am not okay with, and what I don't expect the public to be okay with, is how we have conducted business this evening. If I am held to a standard of a quasi-judicial matter, and I'm not allowed to speak about it other than to staff, that in order to not prejudge it, and yet we come here and we allow for someone who was privy to the plans beforehand, and whether it was their job as a planning commission member to vote in a certain manner or not. She did prejudge the issue. She did vote in favor of both of these projects, and I am for a transparent, just, and fair process. If we are all expected to conduct ourselves in a certain manner, I think that that should be a standard that is upheld by all. So while I want to support this project, and I am still on the fence about whether or not to vote in favor of it, because it is a high quality product, I think the area suits this kind of development. We've allowed for a 38th Main Street to come about. We have a certain vision, comprehensive plan. Staff has done a lot of hard work. The developer has done a lot of hard work. You've brought a lot to the table. You've worked with the residents. Government is also participatory, so what the public puts in it, it generally gets out of it. So we had this conversation at our council retreat on Saturday. There is a certain public process that is in place. It is a consistent process. Whether that communication and that message gets out to the public in a manner that you feel is adequate, it is one thing or another. But the fact is that a lot of people are not engaged and are not paying attention until this hits your front door or our back door. And I'm just as guilty of it as anybody else. But we show up when we're angry and when we don't like things. And when we are content and things are going the way that we feel is adequate, then we don't show up. And the hard part about Wheat Ridge, so I've lived here my entire 28 years. I'm raising 2 children here. I'm a millennial. I'm not drinking on the streets. I have a home. My parents have a home. I'm renting to own that home. The fact of the matter is my generation cannot afford to live in the Denver metro area. And whether that means we move to the outskirts and we develop there, that's, that is what it is. But we are talking about, I'm a capitalist. I'm not afraid to say it. I know that sometimes that word can get a little bit of grief. I believe in the free market, and I believe in diversifying housing. I believe that that is what is necessary in Wheat Ridge. I believe that high density is a necessary change for our community, even though that might be difficult. And I have had such a hard time with the way tonight has gone down, because it's at best unethical and at worst illegal and opens us up for a lawsuit. So I really appreciate all of you guys coming out tonight. I'm going to take a few minutes to figure out how I'm going to vote this way on this matter, and thank you.
Further discussion on the motion. Mr. Urban.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would echo a lot of what Councilmember Dozeman said, in that we deserve and we need high density within the city of Wheat Ridge, within areas where it's most appropriate. And the mechanism through which we do that is through our comprehensive plan. And that comprehensive plan delineates by various colors and shades and symbols where we want that to be. But inevitably, there's intersections, there's places where 2 different colors meet, where the neighborhood buffer zone meets the neighborhood buffer. And in this case, it runs right down Upham Street. And that's why we have a large turnout tonight, and that's why we have the friction that we see tonight with respect to this development. It's not that I'm against a high quality, which I believe this is a high quality development, and I'm not against high density, but I am against a high density development in a neighborhood that can support and has shown a willingness to support a density of up to 22 units. And we've seen this time and again, that in a situation where the neighbors aren't necessarily, as one individual said, Luddites, that they don't want anything. It's that what they do want is some compromise, because this is on that line. It is between, or it's firmly within that neighborhood category within our comprehensive plan. So we seem to use the comprehensive plan as a crutch that, oh, well, it's in a comprehensive plan, that's what we have to do. Well, in this situation, it is squarely in the yellow neighborhood area. And so at some point we have to recognize that there's this fine line between the neighborhood buffer area and the neighborhood area. And in my mind, this falls into that neighborhood area and it deserves less dense housing. And that's where we're seeing the feedback from the neighborhood, is that they want less dense housing in this particular development. So I would encourage my fellow council members to vote against this and encourage the developer and the residents to go back and see what can be done. And I find it a little bit ironic that the city wants to dump 900 grand into the front of Stevens Elementary and fixing up the front porch, when on the back porch we've got a drainage ditch that is in disrepair. So, you know, I would be more willing to support the school district in revamping that drainage ditch and working with the city to do that, and spending our resources on infrastructure as opposed to dressing up the front porch. So that's my opinion.
Thank you. Ms. Hoppe?
Thank you. The first thing I kind of want to address is kind of what Ms. Dozman was talking about the decision on the quasi-judicial and whether or not Councilwoman Weaver should be voting. But the charter is what we're supposed to be ruling by. And there have been times in the past when I have not wanted to go with the charter, but have had to. And so both ways, as I look at it, when we were told that either way we could end up in a lawsuit, I decided to side with the charter. I also wanted to let people know that we can change the noticing process. That is something that we can do, not on this case, but in the future. And so if you have an opinion on what would be a better way to notice that should come into our zoning that we should change, please let us know what you think would be better. Because if 600 feet's not far enough, or if one time's not enough, let us know that, so that because that is actually something we can change. We can put that into our zoning. And then I'd also like to say that I think this is a really good product. And I have 2 millennials living in my house, and I would be really happy if they could move out at some point. And this is absolutely somewhere there where they would like to go. And these 2 millennials go to school full-time and both have 2 jobs. So it's not like they're a bunch of slacks. They're working real hard. So for me, I think that this development, and the fact that the south neighbor, which is the one who's impacted the absolutely most because they're sharing an actual property line, to me, I think that this development is definitely something that we should be adding to our community.
Thank you. Ms. Davis?
Thank you. So I just want to kind of go back to some information on the charter just quickly. I think the one thing is that we do have dueling rules that we had to decide on. And again, one of it was the quasi-judicial issue, and then the other one was can Ms. Weaver make a fair, just decision? And I think that, I don't think it's hard to say unethical. I'm sorry if people feel that way, but it's a big word. To when we have even our attorney telling us you could go either way. So I think that's tough, and I do think, from some standpoints it might, be how somebody feels about it, but I do think that we all sit up here, we're all your neighbors in good faith, that we try to do the best that we can with the circumstances we have. I think that going back to the density, going back to what Mr. DeMott has said, I do frequent many of the businesses on 38th, and these kind of developments are welcome to them for many of the reasons that Mr. DeMott brought up. I think that with this type of community, close and walking distance to some of our restaurants, and it's not just restaurants, it's not just, and I'm not going to call these places bars, because they are restaurants and actually have chefs, and they're very good chefs. And I mean, we have a painting, we have art places, we have jewelry stores. So it's not just that on 38th. And this kind of development would bring more folks in to support those businesses on 38th, because yes, indeed, they are small businesses and they do need the support because they're not on a high traffic area street like Wadsworth where they'll pull people in. And I think also with that in mind, we also have some leasing space that's going to be available on our other area on 38th there that could, you know, again, these types of developments can support an ice cream shop and other things like that, that many as neighbors won't have to jump into a car. They could walk there and go get their ice cream. That being said, you know, I appreciate the density, but I'm also thinking to myself, be careful what you ask for, because just as the developer had explained, that this is the best way to provide affordable housing, they have to do a loop kind of drainage. I'm not the expert there, but they have to do the loop to create this type of housing project, and it's the best to create affordable housing. It's be careful what you wish for, because if we didn't have this developer working with the neighbors, working with other folks, trying to do a nice product that's presentable, and I do feel more presentable than some of the things that are on Upham right now. I think that we could have somebody come in and, just as we talked about, have two big building of row homes, because that's what maybe our current structure would support without somebody spending a lot of money and taking some time to work into this. So I am going to support this project. I think that it supports our business community. I think it does support the neighborhood. I think that, you know, a lot of the neighbors, or all the neighbors were talked with, and there were compromises made to make sure things happened correctly. I think the drainage issues were addressed, and it is a project that I will support.
Thank you. Mr. Pond?
Thank you. Thank everyone who's still with us. As I look at it's a little bit thinned, and I realize it's late, but thank you, and thank you for participating tonight and previously, and for being here. I'm not going to recount exactly word for word what Council Member Davis and Hoppy just stated about the recusal thing, but I was trying to explain that at the beginning. I don't feel the same about the ex parte in this situation. That was, and that's not meant to be unethical. That's my read of it, which I think I have a reasonable right to do based on, again, the interpretation of the charter. And so doesn't mean you have to agree with me on that. I'm certainly not intending to be unethical. I do believe that this is really a good product that has been worked on very hard, and it shows in the conversations tonight, the conversations that have happened before tonight, the evolution of the drawings, you know, that we've been told in testimony that have occurred as this has gone through the process, and I think that that's really important. That's why I agree that the benefit of the PRD process allows for that type of engagement, evolution, design development, iteration, conversation, and we're getting a better product because of that. Having said that, it doesn't take away all of the disagreement and necessarily appease every issue. The ones that I heard, I'll just comment on briefly. Density for sure, and I certainly understand the issues. They've been before us. We are thinking about them, whether we're doing our work here, looking at the NRS, in our retreat. So it's not lost on us that density and all of the pros and cons of that are in discussion. My view is that this density is not abhorrent to the conditions that are currently along this area, which is to say that interior to the street and on the ends, there's density that's occurring at or greater than the density here. And I'll get to traffic in a second, but I think that density, I feel that density is appropriate. It is in alignment with the comprehensive plan, and it is in alignment with its location in near Wadsworth and in the town center concept, as well as 38th Avenue. One piece of that is that some of the density that is also on this map is really ending its life cycle. And if I look at it, I would say that I would love to see those things that are coming on to 50, 60 years and need to kind of get into a new product and a new life cycle, would see development like this, dense, great product, good for our community, in alignment with our goals. Traffic is absolutely an issue, and I think it's not lost on me, and I don't think on staff. Some of the comments about at some point it all adds up, I agree with that. I've said before, and I don't retract the notion that we have to continue to think about this in aggregate and understand how these things add up. But in this instance, I don't see this creating a problem that I think needs to somehow then shy away, which would really only be a notch down into the approved by right density of R3 zoning. I do believe the drainage is an improvement that's benefits all parties, and I think it's a unique and innovative agreement. I can understand some of the apprehension about it, so I don't think that's wrong to comment on. But I don't see how this drainage can't be or shouldn't be a success story and a part of this project. So, one of the things, by the way, I just think it's worth saying that, unless I'm missing anything, I certainly hope I'm not, the developer is coming to us with a complete product. We've sat in this room, we're talking about these things where, there was ask for additional help. There was a comment that this was somewhere in here that this was government-sponsored work. I think this is work that's going through a governmental process, I suppose, tonight. But I don't see government sponsorship in the sense that somehow the city is putting a lot of money or making loans or doing those things in this case. And you know what? I think it's been mentioned, and I think it's worth saying that affordability for the people who creating options for people to move into our community, and how that interfaces with our business community and some of our business corridors like 38th are very, very important. And I think it's important for us to focus on that. I will be voting for this. I have copious notes, so I certainly listened. But I think this product at this time in this location is going to be good for the community.
Before we go to a vote on this matter, I would like to express my gratitude to all of the citizens and residents who came tonight to either listen or to participate in the public hearing. You've been very courteous and very respectful of the process, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Would the clerk please poll the council?
Motion fails 5-3 with council members Matthews, Dozeman, and Urban voting no. Is that correct, Mr. Dahl?
That's correct. 6 votes were required. With that in mind, the rezoning is a precondition to being able to go to the FDP or major subdivision applications, because they both depend upon having the rezoning. So it is not necessary for the council to act on those two matters. So that concludes your work on agenda items 4, 5, and 6. And in regard to the hour, it's up to the the mayor, but he'll tell you what the rules about that are.
Thank you, Mr. Dahl. Under time of adjournment, G, item number 1, our rules state that at 11 p.m., the City Council shall complete action on the agenda item, then under discussion, and shall adjourn the meeting. So we have completed action on that agenda item. Item number 2 says, prior to such adjournment, the City Council may take any of the following actions. A, acting by 3/4 majority vote of the City Council members present, complete all or portions of the remaining agenda. B, acting by majority vote of the City Council members present, schedule any unfinished items for a future regular or special council meeting. Or C, acting by majority vote of the City Council members present, continue the meeting to a later date and time certain. Ms. Hoppy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to continue the remaining items to April 22nd.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to continue until April the 22nd. Is there discussion on the motion?
Second.
Ms. Dozman.
What does that mean for the board and commission appointments? Do we need to do those tonight?
They can wait.
Okay.
Since they were already done, these are late ones.
Would the clerk please poll the council?
No. Oh, okay. Vote. I'm sorry. Motion carries 8-0.
Still have these other things, right? Staff report. Okay. That was the agenda items, right? Okay. So, we will not be... You just continue the agenda items, right?
Yes.
Okay. We have city managers matters. Anything tonight?
Can we continue that to April 22nd too? I have nothing.
Nothing. City attorneys matters?
Nothing.
Nothing. Are there any elected officials matters? Ms. Dozman? If
Yes.
If members in the audience, we're still just finishing up our meeting, so we're not quite done yet, so if you'd keep your conversations quiet.
So I would just like to announce that the Grange is having a community night on April 25th, beginning at 7 p.m. They're inviting the public to come and enjoy some pie and ice cream to honor an outstanding community member, which will be announced that evening.
Thank you. Are there any other city elected officials matters? Our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.